Live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Adventure on So Many Levels. We're going to play some Dungeons and Dragons.
Woo!
Woo!
Yay!
I am Christiana Ellis, and I am the Dungeon Master. Oh, I just got a ping. Hang on, we're down one player. Oh, okay, so we are currently short one player, one Mark Kilfoyle. However, I just received a message from him that it shouldn't be too long, so he will join us as soon as he is available. But in the meantime, the players we have tonight are Jenny Meltzer.
Hello!
We're going to do character introductions in a second, so this is just players. So, Starla Hutchton.
Hello.
We will have Mark once he arrives, but we also have tonight special guest Jason Banks.
Hi!
Jason has played with us once before on another previous one-shot when everybody was soldiers that was Gorn. So that's been a little while back now. Yeah, so we're very glad to have you back. Welcome.
Indeed, I'm glad to be back.
Yes. So, because we were down a couple of players tonight, we knew Chooch and Viv weren't going to be able to join us. I decided it would be another one-shot tonight. And so, tonight, we are going to be exploring a region of the world that has not yet been visited by the heroes of legend, and yet is taking place at the same time as the main campaign adventure. So, without further ado, let's get started. So, I've got flavor text to read. In the world of Sekamian, spirits are very real and a very present part of the world. In places where civilization thrives, spirits are entities shaped by the people who surround them. In the depths of the wilderness, they can be a bit stranger. The wood elves of the Ferelth Forest know of a place deep within the darkest parts of their arboreal domain, where powerful spirits dwell among nature at its least tainted. Every young elf in this society must go through a rite of passage where they must seek out these spirits, encounter true wildness, and emerge from the heart of the forest with a new perspective on the world. The journey is different for every elf who goes through it, but it always conveys a lesson that will come to define their life going forward. You four, and four when Mark is here, are part of an elite unit which provides for your clan by hunting and fighting off hostile creatures or invaders. But once upon a time, each of you went on this journey yourselves. So please, each of you, describe your character and recount the lesson that you learned on your own journey, whenever that was. Anyone want to go first? I tapped Starla because of the way she laughed when she shook her head there.
Wasn't prepared for that.
Well, it's in the moment. That's you gotta be
okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. What lesson did I learn? I developed my sense of my need to protect the clan. That was my mission. That's my purpose. That's what I'm here to do.
So, well, describe your character as too.
Oh, my character, right? Yeah. Okay. Wood elf, short dark hair. She is. She's about 5'9". So pretty average. She's 155 years old and 135 pounds. She is a ranger. Her name is Sana Lufier.
So, if she was at a party, how would people describe her demeanor?
Aloof. She doesn't get close with people. So being in a team kind of situation is not really her thing. She prefers to be out in the woods and kind of scouting. She's kind of like a board scout for the area.
Okay. Nice. So, How about, Jason, Jenny, either of you want to go first?
I'll go.
All right.
I'm playing Dandrian. I'm about 5'7", long red hair, green eyes. The lesson that I learned was that leaving the temple is a bad idea. I need to stay in the temple because that's where things are good and safe.
Did you describe your character?
Yes. She has red hair, green eyes. Yep.
Well, so I guess I'm looking for some additional details. So how about this? What is her favorite food, and who does she know that makes it the best?
She really likes noodles, especially noodles that are made from plants and vegetables. She likes vegetable noodles. And the person who makes those the best is probably her father.
Oh, there you go. All right. So Mark will be last but not least when he shows up. But Jason, you're next.
So, Greg has always kind of had a sense of not belonging because he doesn't know his last name, doesn't kind of know his lineage. And the lesson he learned when he went through this was that lineage and stuff is important, but the history overall is what's really important. You can't move on to the future if you don't learn from the past. So he learned the value of chronicling things. And to quote a show that I'm pretty sure all of you love, he learned a love for memories like Bran. And so that's what he learned. He learned the value of memories and history.
Very nice.
But he also likes berries because you can ferment berries and make tea.
Okay, so fermenting berries just makes me want to say, what kind of drunk is Greg?
He is a happy drunk. And he loves to talk because he loves telling stories. He has a story for every situation.
Very nice. So, each of you has gone on this journey yourselves in the past. And so you know that sometimes young elves do not return from this journey. Most of the time when this happens, this is just taken as the judgment of the spirits, and it is not questioned. However, these are troubled times. The clan elders say that the world is breaking, fought over by the forces of law and chaos. The forest is not now as it once was. And this season, all 4 young elves have failed to return from their journey. Each of you, please describe one of the young elves who has gone missing and your connection to them.
I'll go. The young elf that I'm after has just come of age. And this is a person that I thought it was kind of not a younger sibling, but somebody that was very much like that. So it's unusual for Sana to have attachments to other people, but this elf was very curious about the things that she could do, and she wanted to kind of have the same sort of skills. So, do I have to name her?
Well, him, her, yeah. Let's get a name. Yeah.
I mean, usually use a name generator.
Person has gone missing.
We will do. I'm really bad at doing this on the fly. Mara. Her name is Mara. Yeah.
Right. Moving everybody's name labels to the right places. Now that we have Mark. Welcome, Mark. So I don't know if you heard any of that intro stuff. The short version is you are all wood elves in a clan that lives within the Fair Elf Forest. And every young elf goes on a journey to meet the wild spirits at the heart of the forest. And it is considered an important rite of passage for young elves in this society. Each of you has once done it and have learned an important life lesson from that experience. And so what I had everyone do is briefly describe their character and what lesson they learned from their journey. And I put them all on the spot too, so you're up.
Is my microphone on? Am I
Yes.
in focus? I don't even understand what I'm doing today. Sorry, I have to be someone else for a moment. Well, I look forward to hearing all the other stories. But for now, I have to. Pardon me, I have a cold as well, so I have to figure out what my voice is going to be like for any time. Okay. So, what is it you wish to know?
Describe your character and what was the important life lesson that you learned from your own journey into the heart of the forest to speak with the wild spirits there.
Okay. Which forest was it again, sorry?
The Fair Elf Forest.
Fair Elf.
Fair Elf. Yeah. So I can show on a map, everyone, if you're interested. Here, let's see. I can switch us over, perhaps. Here we go. So we have the Fair Elf Forest here, which is this region right here. So, whoops, let me get everyone moved again on this screen. There we go. Whoops. So, you're seeing the Fair Elf Forest here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
All right. You're stalling for time?
Actually, I was just getting a notification I might hear a beep because there's a
Okay.
pizza on its way. But that's neither here nor there. Yes. Who is this person? Okay. Should have thought of this more, I suppose.
That's fine. Don't worry. But you're on the spot now, so.
Sure. So you don't see Oloro when you first meet Oloro, but you have a feeling that someone is nearby, probably in a tree or hidden in the grasses or otherwise skulking about, until Oloro decides it's time that we met. I am Oloro, if you need names. If you do not, I am simply a wild spirit. I look to you to be short, but I am tall and thin. But I prefer to be close to the ground or close to the trees, the things that really exist. My hair is thin. Most of it has fallen out. I do not need it. I am warmed by the trees and by life itself. I do not like towns and villages and huts and people. I much prefer the forest. I went to the forest before it was my time. I felt a calling. I knew something, but I could not put it into words. And now, I do not need to put it into words. I put it into practice. I will go where I am needed. I will go where I must. But if I do not have to go, I will stay here in the forest. I learned that the forest is older than anyone and alive in a way that no one person can be. I learned that I do not exist on a scale that the forest understands. So, I live fleetingly, like all of the animals that live inside. For I and they are no different. This I have learned in my time in the forest.
All right, so take inspiration for that. Holy cow.
Oh, okay.
Good job. So your companions in this, this special unit that you all belong to, you have Sana, Starla's character, that learned a lesson of how important it is to protect the clan and the people, and Vandrian, the cleric, Jenny's character, who learned that bad things happen when you leave the temple, so don't do that unless you need to. And we have Greg, the rogue, Jason's character, and I don't have what's a quick summary of what you were saying.
He's learned the value of history and chronicling
yes,
it.
That's right.
It's like it's like Bran from Game of Thrones.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the last little bit to get you completely caught up now, Mark, is that although sometimes young elves don't return from this journey, this time everyone knows that the world is kind of a more precarious place these days, and all 4 of the young elves that went out, this most recent batch, so to speak, have failed to return. And so I was having everybody describe one of the 4 that went out and hasn't come back and what their connection is. And so Starla described Mara, who was a extra young wood elf who was curious about ranger techniques and skills and was very curious in that regard. So, someone else want to describe another one of these missing younglings?
I'm actually looking for Thanriel, who is the youngest of my brothers, and it was his time to go out, and he hasn't come back, and my family is very worried about him.
Mm-hmm. Thanriel?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Mark or Jason?
Let's see. I was asked by a friend who is a librarian to find their apprentice, Lorelei, who went on her journey and did not come back.
And I would imagine you're close with this librarian,
Yeah.
with your love of history.
I read a lot of books.
Mm-hmm.
I'm drinking my berry.
Well, that's good. All right. One more. Got one for us, Mark?
Sure. I have watched the young Piper. She is gentle to animals, and one day will run a herd of her own. She was curious of the animals deeper in the forest, but I fear became too curious.
All right, so all of you are very aware because, it's when you know someone who's going out on this journey, it's always a little bit anxiety inducing because, even though most of them come back, everyone comes back a little different than they left. And so that's always a little bit uncertain. But then for all 4 of them to fail to return, definitely concerning. And so the clan elders made the difficult decision to send a team into the forest to find out what happened to the young elves and, if possible, to return them home safely. And you are that team. That's a shock, I'm sure. With the whole setup, you had no idea that's what was going to happen. All right. So, it is your journey to travel into the heart of the forest, find out what happened to the missing young elves on their journey, and if possible, return them home safely. So, how do you go about this?
Where are we starting from?
Well, I don't have like a very specific map of the exact specific central region, but you guys are starting from your home village and you know the way to the heart of the forest. But it's a big region, so you probably would need to do some tracking.
Okay, so that is probably on me, the ranger.
Yeah?
I can help you with that.
So if Aloro is helping Sana, am I saying that right, Sana?
Mm-hmm.
If Alaro is helping, you can roll with advantage, or you can each roll your own check.
What skill is it?
Survival.
I do not believe that Sana would understand my techniques, so I will attempt on my own. And indeed, he probably looks a lot more like a wild boar at this particular moment, head towards the ground, gangly arms and legs kind of spidering along, somewhat gracefully, as he looks head down. What a terrible roll.
Oh dear.
Well,
13.
it's okay because I rolled a natural 20 on that, so 23.
Very nice. Okay.
Very cool.
So, Sana, you find their trail right away. You're following it like it might as well be a paved road as far as you're concerned. You pick up where they were heading into the jungle. Although it is an individual journey and it's expected that they would be separating at some point, they did leave together. And so you're following what is clearly all 4 sets of footprints and tracks into the forest. And they were not especially trying to avoid leaving a trail. There's no concern of that regard. So it's pretty easy to follow, especially for an experienced tracker like you. So you make your way deep into the heart of the forest. And so although the part of the forest where you all live is generally friendlier, you're heading into a much older growth forest, and it's a place where humanoids and civilized creatures don't often go. So how about each of you give me just a little bit of a detail of how the forest is changing as you proceed deeper into it?
Well, the first thing that I would notice is the undergrowth is much thicker. The trees are taller, so there's less light coming in. The canopy is much thicker. So it's a little bit darker than it is in our part of the forest. So there are more shadows, and they can play tricks with your eyes.
Greg notices that this place seems older, even older than their part of the forest. That a lot of the newer growth seems to be rapid. It's almost trying to catch up in age to the other things. Like trees are bigger, a lot of ivy and vines are a lot thicker and larger than they were where we are from.
I noticed that it's quiet, which I didn't expect. I thought that there would be more wildlife sounds, which I'm used to, like, because we're wood elves and we're always in the trees, and it's a little quieter than I thought it was going to be out here.
Mm-hmm.
I make a bit of noise. I pull out a short, wooden, hollow tube and blow into one end and move my fingers like birds I've heard. Wah, wah, wah. I've got a cold. I can't do them well. But I use that to echo off the trees, and note the echo dies quickly in the soft moss of the trees and the denseness of them. And I listen for anything moving besides us, scrambling up over trees with strange, accurate grace and quite surprising speed.
You guys are making very good time, largely because you have such a clear trail to follow that you're not having to really divert at all. You're following the easy path, which is what they had taken themselves, and you're making your way into the forest, which is simultaneously familiar and unfamiliar. Unfamiliar, of course, because of the differences from where you live and spend most of your time, but familiar in a deeper subconscious way because, of course, you have each made this journey once before. But I think Sana would notice this first, especially paying as much attention to the trail as she is, but all of you would start to realize that the sound of the birds around you and the types of plants start to shift in a way that's different than what you remember from your own journey. And you realize here and there you spot plants that you don't recognize. They don't look out of place, and yet you've never seen that exact variety before.
I would like to take a closer look at them.
Mm-hmm. You can make a nature check if you like.
11.
11. Yeah, other than just it's not familiar to you. You're not really sure. It is definitely something you don't recall having seen before, but otherwise it seems to be an ordinary plant otherwise.
I would like to do that as well, because we are in my favored terrain.
Yeah?
So I think that means, because it's nature that's intelligence-based, so that means I have advantage, correct?
I believe that's correct. I'll take your word for it.
I'm looking at it, and that's what I think. Alright, so nature check. Well, I rolled 2 12s, so 14 total.
Yeah, so I think that you don't really gather much more than Vandrian did, other than you know all the better that the fact that there is an unfamiliar plant is all by itself strange. Because it's just, you've never seen it before, and you pay a lot of attention to these things.
I turn to her and I'm just like, these plants are really planty.
They are indeed very planty, but they're also very strange. They're not... I mean, they look familiar, and they're obviously plants, but, they're not... They don't belong here.
Why are they obviously plants? What makes them different from you, or me, or the tree? We are all animated spirits here.
That's true.
When you think about it, yeah.
You're right, this is interesting. This is, again, with this new growth like this isn't common here. Especially, it seems that they're off somehow. Could I want to chronicle this. I want to use I want to try to take notes about these down.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Like making sketches in like a journal or...
Yeah.
All right, cool, yeah.
I wish a new perspective on this.
Yeah.
I will climb a tree.
Okay.
Rapidly and with fun.
All right. I don't think you need to make a check just to climb a tree. So you can head on up there. You want to make a perception check from up there?
Sure. I like to perceive things. But I don't see much. 11.
11. Yeah, it's a little... you don't really get a sense from the top of the tree of anything beyond what you would expect to see, which is the forest increasingly dense ahead of you, and, of course, behind you, as far as the eye can see, forest, with just the hint of mountains in the distant horizon.
I am lost in admiring its beauty.
So, I assume you continue forward following the trail. As you do, you start, now that you've sort of been alerted to them, you start realizing that these unfamiliar plants, there's more of them, more types of them, to the point where you would almost think that you were in a forest in a different part of the world. Because it is clearly still a forest with the same types of plants, trees, birds, shrubs, and so on. And yet, all of them almost have started to become unfamiliar varieties in a very gradual transition.
So it's not just one weird plant that we've never seen before that's sort of overtaking everything. All of the plant life is different than what we've seen before.
Right. It's not
Okay.
just one kind, it's lots of kinds.
Okay.
So nothing looks strange in and of itself. Like nothing looks like, you look at a tree, it looks like a kind of tree, but it's just that particular kind of bark, and that shape of leaves is just not a kind you're familiar with. Certainly not around here.
Can I do something, leave some kind of trail back? So just because this is all very strange.
It's a great idea. How do you do that?
Well, that's what I'm trying to think right now. I don't want to make it obvious in a way that we could be tracked. But it would be something that I would know.
Well, that would be perhaps another survival check.
Yeah. Okay. I get advantage. Well, okay. It's a 15.
Okay. Well, with a 15, I think it's not terribly difficult to, place marks on various trees that, could be easily mistaken for, the claw mark of some animal or something like that. But in places where you, knowing where to look, would be likely to spot them on your way back. So certainly as the forest starts to become less familiar, you believe that you could probably find your way back following those signs. So your the trail following these young elves is still very clear, though. It seems that even though the forest is changing, you definitely still see signs that they passed this way.
Do the signs that we see, do they look like normal, like they're just traveling, or does there look like there's anything wrong?
So far, they seem just like it's like a relaxed pace. They're still all four traveling together.
We should thank them for leaving us a trail outward.
Yeah, definitely when we find them, we will definitely thank them.
They are seeing wonders, and we are twice blessed to see them again.
Yeah.
So, can I recall in my readings anything that could cause a change in the forest in this way, in such a rapid way?
You don't recall seeing. Well, make a history check. How about that?
Oof. That's a nat 1.
Oh dear. Yeah, I'm afraid I don't think this was this type of study was not one of your particular interests. So you don't recall reading anything about a phenomena like this.
Spent too much time learning about the Stilla.
Well, you use that more often, I'm sure. So, in any event, you're continuing to follow the trail until it abruptly stops short at what seems clear to have been some sort of a scuffle. So, the trail stops, but there was clearly a lot of activity and a lot of tracks kind of all very disrupted. So I'm going to need another survival roll to try to, or investigation to try to see if you can determine what happened.
All right.
Anybody or everybody?
Well, anybody who feels like they want to contribute here.
I would like to.
I will help out.
I will assist Sana.
But I will not die. Skip a tree.
You said investigation?
Or survival. Because you're reading like trail sign, essentially. Tracks, footprints, and so on. But investigation could also apply.
That is a 21 for me.
That's pretty good.
23.
Okay.
22 for me.
Wow. Yeah, so I think, you guys are all able to pretty quickly figure out the basics of what happened here, which seems to be that this party was taken by surprise in an ambush of some kind. There was clearly a struggle. You find a small spot of blood on the dirt. that looks like it was from perhaps a sword slash. But not a lot of blood. A little bit, but not a lot. But what you see leading out of this particular path into the jungle are tracks that look, humanoid, that had come from somewhere else, like come from off the trail. And you see the signs of struggle that suggests that the ambushers most likely captured the elves you were following and went off somewhere else. And the amount of blood you find suggests that there was, injury, but you would expect to see more if they had all just been killed.
Regarding the humanoid footprints, are they larger or smaller than, say, an elf?
Varied. Meaning they're not all consistent.
Now,
Actually, hang on. Let me check one thing right here. You also see some footprints with the ambusher footprints that look like the footprints of big lizards, like clawed. Like
I was actually just going to ask you that.
If there were specifically big lizard footprints?
No, if they had like shoes on, or if they were animals.
Yeah. So, and when I say big in this context, what I mean is like human-sized. Not like a Tyrannosaurus, but also not like a gecko. Medium
I'd like
size.
to take a closer look. I'd like to take a closer look at the clawed footprints.
Okay.
To see if I can tell what type of lizard, like say if it's like, kobold or something of that nature.
Okay.
Even though I don't know why they'd be.
Yeah. So you can make an investigation check for that. Are you thinking, or?
I
mean, if you think some other skill would apply, let me know.
Well, I'm trying to think if it would be better to go look at it from a perspective of tracking or investigation.
Well, I mean, you tell me. I will give you different information depending on which skill you're using.
I want to go with survival for more like a tracking.
Sure.
I'm trying to see what type of creature it is. Let's see. 15?
15. It doesn't look like any specific track you have encountered before. What you can tell about it is that it's, like the type of print is not like, like a wolf. You would recognize like the shape of the print with the pads and where the claws are and that sort of thing. You know what, humanoid footprints look like, whether they're wearing boots or whether they're barefoot. This definitely looks like a lizard track, but the size of it suggests both bipedal and also, approximately, human-sized.
Okay, so they're not very deep then. So they would say, right. I would say they'd probably be, they wouldn't be like, very heavy creatures.
Not especially so for the size. Okay. And as a reminder, this is one set of those in addition to what seem like regular boot prints.
This doesn't bode well. I want to know how they got this deep in the forest, especially without us noticing.
Indeed, this part of the Ferelth Forest, especially this part, like, your clan pretty much does not welcome outsiders into your domain. And this is the part where you guys don't even go. So someone would have had to travel through your domain to get here if they came from outside.
But everything looks so different. It's almost like we're somewhere else.
Do we see anything familiar that confirm that we're still in our own forest?
When Alaro went and was up the tree, the placement of the mountains and their look was what he would expect for you to be where you were expecting to be.
They have not moved the mountains, but maybe the trees. They knew they were coming. They attacked them. Why did they know they were coming?
I say we go find out.
Does it look like they could try to cover their tracks after the ambush?
As far as you can tell, because you guys all rolled high, so I'm giving you lots of information. It does not look like they did. It looks like they were in hiding until the ambush, but made no effort to cover their tracks after that.
Huh.
But they also did not stay on the existing trail, so you would have to make another roll to try to continue following them if that's what you plan to do. Which I would imagine it is, but yeah.
How
It's
densely
like, nope, we're
packed are
going
the
home.
trees?
I don't need a brother.
There is kind of a trail that you had been following, and that continues even though the trees seem to be different. But it's fairly dense forest in this location.
Are they broad branched or small and spindly?
Pretty broad. This is old growth forest. Lots of big thick trees, and there are little ones and shrubberies and stuff growing through, but there are lots of big trees.
May I attempt to use the elevated road given to us by the forest? I turn to the rest and ask that, indicating, kind of leaning down, practically touching the ground, but pointing his spindly arm up towards the trees. It would be safer if there were more traps.
It would be good, I think, to have at least one of us above, because you would have a better vantage point to see things that maybe those on the ground won't see.
Then I will follow your wisdom. And I will again joyfully climb the tree.
Okay.
And then as he's climbing, I just want to yell up, I'd be like, but try to stay so we can see you.
So, if you are planning to just sort of follow along where they are, but from the tree branches, I'll look for an athletics or acrobatics, probably.
Okay. That's basically my intention.
Yep.
Are we moving?
Yeah, in proceeding, I would like to be extra careful, so very much
Stealthy,
on
perhaps?
high alert. Maybe even a little stealthy, yes. But I don't know how far they've gone with this, so I don't know if they're close.
Right. So if you want to be stealthy, you will be moving a bit slower, but you also clearly saw another group get ambushed, so that what you will.
Ranger friend, do you have pass without a trace?
Ranger friend does not.
Alas. Oh, didn't I tell you guys this was an infiltration sneaking mission? Oh, sorry.
Ranger friend has Misty Step and protection from good and evil, but no pass without a trace. So yeah, I'm gonna go along in a sneaky type of manner and try to follow this trail.
All right.
What should I roll?
So, well, I need a stealth check from each of you.
And you said acrobatics for the tree climb?
Yes, so acrobatics and then also stealth.
So that's an 11 on the acrobatics to start
Okay.
with.
Yeah. So I think what I'm going to do with that is that your stealth is at disadvantage because you're just having a harder time with the branches than you were hoping. They're not as densely woven together as you might have hoped.
Okay.
So 17 for my stealth.
Okay.
19.
What is the other check you wanted me to make?
Alaro was making acrobatics and stealth because he's up in the trees.
Okay, but do I have to make one for following the trail?
Yes, we'll do that in a second.
Oh.
Did you roll your stealth, Jason or Greg?
It is a 24.
Great, that's good. What was your stealth, Aluro? After the.
I am so glad they are hidden. As from above you hear a crashing sound.
Oh.
I rolled an 8 for my stealth.
Oh dear. Okay. So you guys are making your way through, but yeah,
He's
go
the
ahead.
distraction.
Go ahead and make another survival check to try to follow this new trail.
I will assist you.
Okay.
What's also quite funny is acrobatics and stealth are my 2 highest skills.
Well, hey, sometimes the dice don't cooperate. That's part of the fun of the game, of course.
I love it.
Well, my first roll was an 11, but I have advantage, so that was an 18, so that's a 21 total.
Very nice. Okay, yeah, you're having no real difficulty following the trail, and I think you're maybe just a little bit on edge from hearing the occasional, twig snapping or leaves rustling from above.
This is why I work alone.
But I want each of you to now make a perception check.
Yes, good shot.
24.
My 3rd highest skill. 13.
18.
20, not a natural.
All right. Well, I think it's Vandrian who hears them first. You hear voices in the forest ahead of you, in the direction of the trail you're following, and they appear to be sort of hushed. You got a high enough roll that you can kind of make them out a little bit. They appear to be speaking common, but it's a strange dialect. It sounds like really old fashioned. Like it sounds a bit more like, when you read one of the really, really ancient books. It's a bit more like that. And they seem to be, whispering harshly amongst themselves.
All right, I'll stop and I'll just be like, do you hear that?
I think when you're all listening, if you kind of stop, you probably do hear. And what you're hearing is kind of, we have to be careful, but we need as many of the newcomers as we can find. Dendar, the serpent, desires more. I should say it in the old-fashioned language, like I said I was gonna. Doth thou hear additional creatures in yon forest? We should pursueth.
They're speaking Shakespearean.
Cautious.
I would like to hide.
Yeah.
All right.
At
Well,
this
so
point-
the three of you are kind of hidden already, but I think, Alaro, now that you sort of hear them, you think they heard you, and so they seem to be moving vaguely in your direction.
I will proceed to make more noise.
Okay. The rest of you are gonna hide? Hide
Yeah.
where you are?
Yeah.
I would like to hide, but I'm also going to draw my long swords.
Okay. So, stealth check from each of you that are hiding, and a performance check from Alaro.
I have a thing.
18.
Do we all have Mask of the Wild because we're wood elves?
I
Yeah.
believe you should.
I
Yeah.
don't think that does anything. It just says that we can hide when we're only lightly obscured.
Right. So in this case, I think there's plenty of things that you can completely hide behind. So it's kind of, normally what that would mean is that even if it's just sort of dim light or shadowy, you could hide even if there was still theoretically line of sight. But here, there's plenty of things to hide behind. So no mechanical effect, I don't think. But you are very used to hiding in the forest. That is definitely a thing you guys do. So What were those stealth rolls again?
22.
7.
23.
7. Okay. I think. Did you make a performance roll, Allura?
18.
All right.
Not
So-
proficient, of course.
So, what you guys see approaching is 4 creatures, and I'll show you what they look like. One of them is clearly the thing that left the reptilian-like footprints before, and it looks like this. And it is approximately human-sized. The other 3, at first glance, seem to be human. But they are dressed in sort of very strange clothing, and doesn't look like clothing you would expect to see on someone making a long journey through a forest. And I only have a picture of one, which I'll show you in a second here. But as you see them a little bit better, what you also realize is that each of them, in their own way, they're not identical in this regard, but they have slightly reptilian aspects to them. One has sort of yellow, like slitted eyes. One has patches of scales on her shoulders and so on. And so this is one of them here. And so, but what happens as they move into there is that one of them spots the tip of Vandrian's cloak and says, "There!" And we're rolling initiative.
All right. 20, not natural.
Hold on, that was and then so Sana was 20. 20, right?
18.
18 for Vandrian. Great.
Unnatural 17.
Aloro got 17. All right. And then Greg?
23.
23. All right.
Oh, this combat's probably going to be bad.
All right. And then the gets, what is their bonus? Oh, 21. All right. So, Greg, you are going first, and you are hidden. They definitely saw Vandrian, but they don't seem to have noticed you. So, you are up. Jason?
I am going to try to move to begin to flank them.
Okay.
Is the large lizard, is he leading the pack or is he in the back?
No, in fact, if anything, he seems to be like they're treating him almost like an animal. Like it's clear the ones that are talking are the human-like ones, and that one is just sort of snuffling around almost like an animal.
Does any one of them look to be the one in charge?
Make a perception check.
That would be a 18 plus. That'd be 20.
20. Oh, well, that's pretty good. They don't seem to have any sort of like indication of rank that you can tell, like no insignia or uniform or anything, but there is certainly one of them that's standing in front and was the one that just pointed at Vandrian going, "There!" And so seems to be issuing commands.
Do they, is the lizard being like leashed or held by anything? Or is
No,
it
it's following along without any kind of like lead or anything like that, but it also is wearing no clothes.
Okay. So then my flanking, I want to make it so that I move so that I have a shot or an angle at the leader.
All right, so you want to you're attacking from hiding, so you get advantage. How are you making your attack?
I'm going to. Who is closest to it? So is there anyone who's close enough to impede me in any way?
No, I think right now they have just entered sort of this small clearing, and all of you, like the three of you that are on the ground, were all kind of attempted to hide. And then Alaro was up in the trees. So, there's kind of no one else that is actively engaged with them at the moment.
Okay, then I'm going to try to come from this, from their back as possible. So probably
Sure.
from the side, and it'll be, and I'll be slashing at them with my long swords, and I'm definitely going to be adding a sneak attack to this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You are definitely attacking from hiding. That's what sneak attack's for. So go ahead and make your attack roll.
Be a 13.
That hits.
Then make another one. Ooh, that is a 1.
So those were your 2 attack rolls?
Yep.
Okay.
That was a natural,
Yeah, so
too.
the first one hits. The second one, the slash goes wide. But go ahead and roll your damage for that first hit.
3d6. That is 8 for the sword. And then the sneak damage is 5, 10, 14.
Okay, so that's 22 total, right?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, so you do a nasty stab into the side of this particular this leader. We'll go ahead and say that this picture represents kind of the one that was the leader. So she is stabbed badly, but still up, but looking very surprised as you catch her, from hiding, and she whirls to face you, and now the others can see you too, and they're aware of your presence now.
Hi.
Do you want to use your bonus action to do anything? You can, I think actually because you're a swashbuckler, your fancy footwork feat lets you get a free disengage if you want.
Nice.
So
I would-
means you can move away from them without opportunity attacks.
Indeed, I would actually.
All right. So you back away like to the corner of the edge of the clearing?
Indeed. And I know what I'm going to do on next turn.
Remind me, Mark, because I know Alaric has this. It's not a bonus action. It's like free disengage when it's the fancy footwork. Is that right?
It's not an action or bonus action, I believe.
Okay.
No.
So what that means is that you could potentially use it to try to hide again if you want.
Yep.
Greg.
Awesome. That's exactly
All right.
what I wanted to do.
Go ahead and make another stealth check then.
Roll off two. That is a... So that would be a 18.
Okay. So what happens here is you come out of nowhere as far as these things are concerned, stab their leader badly, and then just disappear back into the trees. All right. So next up is the lizard-like thing, which is... But it can only see Vandrian right now in her imperfect hiding place. And so it goes straight for her. And it is attempting to bite you and tear at you with its claws.
Oh, yeah.
So first, the bite attack. It gets 13.
That's a miss.
All right. And the 2 attempts to tear at you with its claws. That's going to be a 19. Another 19.
They both hit.
Okay. So that's going to be a total of 11 slashing damage. As it's just very, very animal-like. It's just biting and tearing at you with very little sort of regard for its own safety. All right. That is the Broodguard's turn. Sana, your turn.
I'm going after the Brood Guard.
All right. And so you get advantage on this first attack because if it's an attack roll, because you were successfully hidden.
And I am going to come at it with my dual short swords.
All right.
Let's see. I get a +5. So the first one is 17.
All right. 17 hits.
And then a 16.
Okay. Those are the two attacks?
Yeah, those.
Yeah.
Those are. So I had a question because I've not played. I have the dual wield thing, but I also have. I get 2 attacks. Like, does that?
So
Like-
the way dual wield generally works is your attack action is 2 main hand attacks. The dual wield uses your bonus action for an offhand attack. So technically it is 3 attack rolls, but the offhand attack doesn't add your strength modifier
Okay.
or dexterity if that's what you're using. Does that
Yeah.
make sense?
So I roll 3 times.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
So the first 2 would be your 2 main hand attacks. So you roll the regular dice there.
Okay.
You
So
know,
what was
just
that,
the
a
way.
17 and a 16, right?
Yeah.
And then there's an. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to find it. Like I
Well,
can't.
see
with
how
my
it says
modifier.
1d6 plus 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you roll 1d6 plus 2 for each of those. And then the offhand attack, if that hits 2, it's the same attack roll, but then the damage if you hit is only the 1d6 and not 1d6 plus 2.
Right. So let's see. So the first 2 attacks are 7 and an 8. So
Okay.
it's 15. And then for the other one,
Go
I
ahead.
rolled an 18.
18 hits, yeah.
So that's
So-
just 1d6, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And that is a 3.
All right. Yeah, so you tear at the, slash at this thing with your sword. You do some significant damage to it, but it is definitely still up. And you do not have the same level of fancy footwork that allows you to disappear back into the trees, but that's okay. You're not running. You're here to
Protect the cleric.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah. Speaking of the cleric, Vandrian.
Okay, I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Spiritual Weapon,
Okay.
and this giant Reaper Scythe comes into play.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a question. I've never used Spiritual Weapon before, so do I get to attack with that as the bonus action
Yes.
on this turn?
Yeah, you do get to attack with it on the first time you cast it. And then
Okay.
you also as a bonus action on subsequent turns.
Okay, and then I also get to make an action after that, right? That's what I'm asking.
Yes,
Like I get.
yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to attack the jerk who just took a bite out of me.
Uh-huh.
So that is a 19.
Okay, 19 hits. Yeah, for sure.
He takes 8 points of damage.
All right.
And now I'm going to cast Bane on him.
Oh, see, wait, 8. I did math wrong. There we go. And then, I'm sorry. So you do have an action, but you can't cast 2 spells in one.
Oh,
turn.
okay.
So
it can't
you have
be
an
a
action
cat.
that can make a weapon attack if you want. Or a cantrip.
I was going to say, could it be a cantrip?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to Toll the Dead him.
All right. He makes a wisdom saving throw, is that right? I believe so. But
Yeah. Let me see. Yep, a Wisdom saving throw.
okay. That's a 7.
Okay. So then he takes.
He's definitely hurt, so
He's taking damage, so he takes 1d12 instead of 1d8. So that's 11 necrotic damage.
wow, okay. Yeah, this thing is pretty hurt now. It's not down, but it's taken a lot of damage. It's clearly very wounded.
Oh wait, it's 2. Okay, because I'm level 5, it should be 2d12. I'm sorry,
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and roll it again then.
and that's a 12, so 23 total.
Oh yeah, it's dead. So the spectral scythe slashes at it. It's bleeding badly. And then we hear the boom of this spiritual necrotic energy, and you see it just sort of like start to seize and then sort of wither and then just crumple down lifeless to the ground.
Take that.
Yeah.
Can I high five her real fast?
High-fiving is a free action as long as you're within range. And you are. So that's good. So, Aloro, you are up. You are still in the trees, but they did hear you, so you are not hidden.
How far up am I?
Well, you tell me. I'm willing to be flexible. We're kind of doing theater of the mind right now.
Let's say 40 feet.
Sure.
So the big guy, well, the ugly guy went down.
Yeah. The lizard-like one. The others are, human-looking, except that they all have various reptilian-like aspects to them.
Okay.
All subtle and all different from one another, but present nonetheless.
I would like to leap off the tree and attack one from above.
All right. I will give you, so, leaping 40 feet. Do you have slow fall yet as a monkey?
I do.
Yeah? Okay. So, we'll deal with, I'm going to give you, so, figure out what your 40-foot drop damage would be. Which will I roll 46, I think, and then you can reduce it by a certain amount. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that would be 11 falling damage if you were to just plummet. But
Yep.
with your special monk training,
There's no damage.
No damage. All right. So I think that you are. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and give you advantage on the attack roll just because I like it that you're dropping on him from the tree, but with your special monk skills allowing you to aim your attack precisely instead of just like dropping onto him.
I hope I hit.
Are you attacking the leader or the one of the other two?
The leader.
Okay. All right.
Let's see. That is 21 to hit.
Definitely hits.
And the way I imagine this is I have both hands on my quarterstaff. It is outstretched, and I have bashed him across the head, using that to slow my movement.
Nice.
So I step gracefully to the ground from there.
Very cool.
And the damage for the quarterstaff is not a lot. Oh, well, when backs out. That is 11 points of damage.
Okay, yeah. So this particular entity is very, very wounded, but still conscious and furious, really. You would guess that she is very angry.
Hello?
Certainly shocked and surprised, though, because you guys are already putting up much more of a fight than they expected.
I will use the last of the momentum as I hop down to the ground to crouch down as far as I can. I will spend a key point for a bonus action.
Okay.
And then I will kick up from the ground.
All right.
Twice. Where's my thing here? Flurry of blows. That is 18 to hit.
Okay. 18 definitely hits, yeah.
For max to the damage again, 9 points of damage.
Okay, that takes her out. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That kick just catches her under the jaw, and her eyes just roll back up, and she just drops back down backwards, not breathing.
Can I use my my other attack to catch her and gently lower her to the ground?
Here's a question for you. Because it was an unarmed strike that was, one of your martial arts strikes that brought her to 0, you can choose to make it non-lethal if you want.
Oh, yes.
Unconscious, but not dying.
Oh, yes.
All right. You do that. And so if you want, I'll say that you can have caught her if you want. But there are 2 more of these things that look like they're ready to do their thing.
We will enter the fray.
All right. Is that the end of your turn?
It is.
You're holding the unconscious leader in your arms.
Studying her curiously.
All right. So the other two kind of look at each other and then each draw a scimitar. And let's see, I think one of the... So we've got Sana, who is, right there in the mix of all of this too. So we get one of them attacking Sana and one Aloro. Because, of course, Greg is hidden back in the trees again, and Vandrian, I guess she was there, right there too, but she thinks is standing over the brood guard. So stand by my original plan. So the one attacking Sana slashes at you with the scimitar twice. One roll is a 6, one is a 17.
17 hits.
Okay, so the 17 is just going to be 5 slashing damage. Gets in one lucky hit there. The one attacking you, Aloro, gets an 18 and an 8.
The 18 hits.
Yeah. And that's going to be 3 slashing damage to you.
How rude.
Yeah. All right, Greg, you're up again. And you are once again hidden successfully again, so
Indeed.
duck back out of the trees and get sneak attack again if you like.
I am. And I'm going to attack the one attacking... well, actually, since it would be the one attacking Alero, since he took out the one I attacked first, since he's closest. That would be
You're rolling with advantage for the first one.
a 13.
Yeah, 13 hits. You guys notice these things are not wearing armor. They are not dressed for like long travel or combat.
The second one is a 9.
Okay, 9 misses. But the 11 hits, and that's definitely going to be, sneak attack.
That's 5. So that's 5, 10, so 15.
All right. Are you taking your free disengage and disappearing back into the forest again?
Indeed, and as I do so, I go, those who don't learn from the past are doomed to repeat it.
Yeah, totally. Make another stealth roll for me as you disappear back into the forest.
Oh, nice. That is a... That's a 24.
Yeah, I'd say you successfully disappear back into the forest.
Stealth is my highest skill.
Yeah. All right, Sana, you're up again. There's 2 of these things. One of them is directly engaged with you.
Well, I am gonna get that guy. But over on Twitch, it was pointed out that I do have what was it? Two-weapon fighting.
Mm-hmm.
So they said that third attack should be added, have that modifier added.
Oh, you know what? I think you're right. I was thinking all that did was let you use non-light weapons, but I think that might be right. So that's another... It would have been another 2 damage to the thing that's already
right,
dead.
and
so,
yeah, but it'll matter for this one. So
yes. No,
yeah.
That's a good catch.
Yeah. So thanks to Smarty Master. So so I'm going at them with my short swords again.
Go for it. These non-armored things are relatively easy to hit.
We've got a 17.
I suppose I should call them people. They do seem like people, even if they have reptilian features.
So that was only a 14 on that one.
Okay, 14 still hits.
Okay, and then my third one.
We are all nothing but spirits.
And that is a 23, which will hit. So
Okay.
3d6 plus.
Yeah, so basically their AC is 11.
4, have to do math. Okay. So 5, 9, 11, 13.
13 total?
Yes, 13 total.
Okay. Yeah, so you do some damage to that one, but it's still up and fighting. They're both looking a little desperate now. They don't seem especially worried for their leader or this fallen reptilian creature thing. They're mostly just trying to save their own lives, as far as you can tell. They're not really paying any attention to the ones that have gone down. All right, so Vandrian.
I'm going to bonus action whack that guy with my scythe, the one that's engaged with Sana.
Mm-hmm.
So that is 23.
Okay. 23 definitely hits, yeah.
And then, let me make sure I'm doing the right damage. 1d8, yep. And that's 11.
Okay.
And then for my action, I'm going to cast Healing Word on myself. At level
Is Healing
1.
Word a cantrip? I
didn't
no,
cast
you're
the
right.
spell,
No, you're
yeah.
right. You're right. That's fine. Yeah. So
Yep.
sorry. That's you're good.
Oh wait, I can't do that because Healing Word is a bonus action, and I use my bonus action to do the weapon.
I think the rules make sense that a spell that would be a bonus action can be cast as an action. It's more just like that's like a fast spell is the whole idea. So if you want to use your
Okay.
action to cast a bonus action spell, I think that's allowed, in my opinion. Whether the rules specifically allow that or not, it makes sense to me.
Okay, I got back 5 points then.
All right. So, Aloro, you're up.
I will gently lower this one to the ground, but there's another one who has struck at me.
Indeed, there is.
So as I've lowered myself and the person down to the ground, I will spring backward and punch backward, essentially, with the staff. Again, two-handed.
Okay.
To see if I can connect with them. Oh, that is only a 10.
A 10 misses. They
but-
duck out of the way.
At that point, then, I will activate my key and move faster for a flurry of blows.
All right.
Let's see. The first one will be a backward elbow smash. And then kind of keeping the momentum and going in for a headbutt.
Okay.
The first one is a 16.
That hits.
All right. Good on damage. That's 9 damage.
All right.
Let's see. I will hold my open hand technique for a moment.
Okay.
And my key. It is not important.
I think your open hand, like if you have already spent key to do a flurry of blows, you get the other thing automatically, I think.
It's true. I will force
so-
you to not be able to take reactions then for the end of my next turn.
Does it make a saving throw or?
Not against that one.
Oh, okay. So it has no reactions.
No reactions.
All right. Did you
And then I
make
will-
your third attack? Okay, you're doing
Nope.
that. Yeah. All right.
That is only an 8.
Okay. All right. So that is Oloro's turn. It is these two mysterious people. Their turn, and they're still fighting. So the one engaged with you, Oloro, is slashing out at you with his scimitar, and that's a 7, which is going to miss, and an 18.
18 hits.
Yeah. So that is 7 slashing damage.
Ooh. That hurt considerably.
Max damage for scimitar attack. And then the other one that is attacking was attacking Sana is kind of slashing wildly, sending one attack at Sana and one at Vandrian. Against Sana it's a 17.
That hits.
Against Vandrian is only a 12.
That misses.
So the hit against Sana is only 3 slashing damage.
If I may, I actually am supposed to attack twice instead of once when I attack.
Okay, yeah.
I lost an attack by there.
All right, so yeah, you can go ahead and make that now if you want.
I would have missed.
Okay. Some low rolls on that last one, that last round, huh?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So in any event, So that's the the purebloods turn. That's what they're called. So Greg, you're up again. Both of these things look pretty wounded.
Are they close enough together to where I could use one attack on one of the other and attack the other?
Yeah, you could do one attack on each. Well, if you have 2 attacks, which I think you do.
Well,
Yeah.
I've got 2 weapon fighting, so I can take my bonus. I can take it as a second hit. Do they
I
both
think actually as a rogue at level 5, I think you have 2 attacks per action anyway. Am I wrong?
I didn't see.
I think you do. Hang on. Let's see. So I'm pulling up your sheet. Oh no, I'm wrong. I am wrong. Sorry about that.
Oh,
Yeah.
fine.
So just one, but with 2 with the 2 weapon fighting, it just takes your bonus action to do the second one.
Does do they both look equally messed up, or does one look?
Yeah,
really
they
messed up?
both look like they're about the same.
Okay.
Both pretty bloody and wounded, and looking they're dragging a little bit.
Okay. Then I will attack the first one again, the closest one,
Okay.
which would be attacking Laura. Yeah. Roll that. Okay. 6.
Did you roll that with advantage? Because you're emerging from hiding.
Still, that would make it a 7.
Oh, well, no, advantage means you roll twice.
Oh,
Pick the higher one.
awesome. That would be a 10.
Okay, well, 10 still misses, unfortunately. Yeah. But you can still make your offhand attack.
That is a 9.
Okay. A 9, unfortunately, misses too. And because you used your bonus action, you can still... I think you can still move away, but you can't hide again.
Yeah.
All right. Are you moving away, or are you staying kind of in the middle of the...
Actually, since there's just the 2 of them, I'll disengage, but I'm not going to move
Okay.
to the edge again. I'm going to still stay with
All right. So you're not in immediate melee range, but you're not out of sight either. Okay. Sana, your turn.
I'm gonna wail on this guy that's close to me here, so doing this again. Let's see, that was a 15
Mm-hmm.
and 14.
Okay. 14. Oh, so the 14 is the second attack. Sorry.
Yeah,
All right.
so I'm just doing all 3. So
That's fine.
and-
It's just like you guys are switching back and forth on that, which is totally okay. I'm just trying to keep track. 15 and
And then,
14 both hit.
yeah, and then a 19.
Okay. Yeah, those are all going to hit.
All right. So 5, 10, yeah, 18 total.
You take that one down. You cut them down. It is the third attack that takes it down, though. So, and it drops down, bleeding, dead, and exhales its last. Vandrian, there is only one combatant remaining on the field.
Okay, I'm going to take a swing at it with my spiritual weapon.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 20, not natural,
Okay, yeah, that sure hits.
and that's 11 points of damage.
All right, yeah, this thing is almost down.
I will do Toll the Dead.
Okay. Wisdom saving throw. That's a 13.
That hits. It's a 15 is my spell save. So
Ah,
that is 13 points of damage.
all right. Well, that is all it takes. So describe this thing's grisly death, or
It just
maybe it's not grisly. Maybe Toll the Dead is very clean.
very, very calm. It just feels like you can tell that it's ready to just give up its life to this sound that it trembles as it falls.
Its eyelids kind of just droop. It sort of shakes and quivers, and then kind of drops to its knees, hands and knees, and then sort of lays down, and then just stops breathing.
Takes a nap.
All right. Well, you have defeated all of the attackers, but you have the one that appeared to be the leader, unconscious, at your mercy.
Tying her up immediately.
Mm-hmm. All right. You want to go ahead and make a dexterity check to tie her up, to use knots that you think will be effective.
That's an 18.
I think you're pretty good.
Is she just at 0 hit points?
Right. She's stable but unconscious.
Okay, then I don't need to spare the dying on her.
Correct. Yeah, that's what the non-lethal damage
Okay.
did.
Do they look like they have any items nearby?
Yeah, we gotta loot the bodies.
So each of them had a scimitar, and although the one that we can see in the picture here it's not obvious where she would keep it. They all have short bows as well. But other than that, they have sort of various little bits of like body jewelry that I'm just looking at the picture. You suspect that it might be valuable if you took it to like, a non-wood elf settlement. It's made of gold, but it's also like not the sort of style that anyone in your community would be likely to wear. So you probably wouldn't get a good price for it in your regular home, but it could be valuable if you took it like elsewhere.
I'm more curious, like, just from like if there seems to, like, I want to learn about who they are and things like that. So examining, whatever they have on their person for educational purposes rather than.
So you can make like nature checks or perhaps medicine checks if you want to try to just tell more about like what is the nature of their existence, like what are they, that sort of thing. Investigation checks would be more like if you want to try to tell about like cultural or that sort of thing, perhaps, or just more about like what they were up to.
Yeah, so it's more like what they were up to, where they might have come from, like
okay,
anything like that.
Where they might have come from is going to be more like a survival check, but you were also had followed their trail up to catching up with them, so
right. I'm trying to decide if there was like...
You would make another survival check if you wanted to try to figure out more about where they came from or where they might have been going.
It's more like if I can tell... I'm trying to figure out exactly...
Okay. So
like,
you can perhaps...
If they're just like out killing people, or if they're collecting them, any kind of...
so what
there might be.
What you don't see is any sign of your friends, but you also know that the scuffle indicated that whatever ambush that happened, that was like a couple of days ago. That was not, not fresh. They don't look like they're dressed for like a long expedition.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I'm just saying that, those are the things that you can kind of just immediately grasp looking at them. I would say none of you, like, their features are more like humans than elves, except, of course, as I mentioned, that they have strange reptilian, aspects to them. That none of them are the same. They're not all reptilian in the same way.
Is there anything about the jewelry that they're wearing that looks like it might be religious in nature?
You can make a religion check if you want.
18.
You would guess that it looks kind of like vaguely ritualistic, and in fact, it's very snake themed.
And we did overhear them say something about
The Great Serpent.
the great serpent.
Yeah.
I will relay that to everyone
Yeah.
and point out what I've noticed, that it's not just their skin, but that they have some very ritualistic attire.
Right. Well, and what you kind of discovered is that like some of their jewelry is sort of very obviously snake themed, but then like inspecting it further, you discover it's actually all snake themed. Some of them are just like more subtle and less obvious, but like these guys are like they know what they like, and that's snakes.
They like snakes a lot,
Hmm.
you guys.
They are attempting to merge with them, their spirits.
You think they're trying to become snakes?
They may be becoming snakes whether they are trying or not. Can you use this and hold out the bow? Any of you?
I have one, so I don't need it.
No, I can't.
But I think I appreciate the thought.
Thank you.
Then I will carry it. And I will collect all the arrows that they have.
So the dead sort of reptilian monstrous creature wasn't carrying anything, and you know it looks like this as previously indicated. You know, so like it has the sort of it clearly like walked on two legs, but sort of it's certainly it doesn't look like any specific animal reptile that you've ever seen before.
So they don't have anything that belonged to the elves we're looking for.
No.
You think we should wake her up and ask her where our friends are?
It would be difficult to ask her without waking.
That's true.
Yeah. Can I would like to scout around ahead a little bit to see if their camp is nearby.
Okay.
Especially since they don't seem to be dressed for a long hike.
Right. Yeah. Go ahead and give me a stealth check and a perception check. Or survival, if that's better.
That would be a 19 on stealth.
All right.
Ooh, nat 20 on perception.
Very nice. So, it's not extremely nearby, but what you catch a glimpse of just at sort of the, just this one little sort of patchy, clear area between some of the trees in the distance, you see the top of, hang on, let me zoom, the top of what looks to be a stone pyramid of some kind. So you catch just like the glimpse of the top of this thing through the trees. And as previously mentioned, you guys all, you had all made a journey into the heart of the forest before, but at this point, none of this is familiar.
Guys, this isn't good. I don't recall this being here the last time I was here. There seems to be some sort of structure, and from what she told us about this sacrificial belief system they have, I would wager a guess that they might be getting ready to sacrifice our friends. Because there seems to be some sort, it's like a pyramid or some sort of, hey, you just kind of have to come see this.
Did you see them? Our friends?
No, it's too far away. I can only see like the top, because it seems, is there any sort of, like you have in the picture, is there like a fire or some sort of?
I don't think you can really see too much detail about what's at the top. But you just kind of caught a glimpse of the top of it through the trees. You didn't see any living creatures. There weren't any like people on the top or any activity that you could tell.
And yeah, you just guys will have to come check this out, or at least ask our friend over there what's going on, because
Yeah, let's do that.
I don't know how in the world they got this here. Because to build something like this, we would have seen it.
Yeah, I mean, how did they even get here? You can't just get here without passing through our people. Somebody would have heard about it.
Perhaps they are not here, or we aren't.
That
I must meditate on this, and I bend down and assume a meditation position.
Okay.
And if no one disturbs me, I'm taking a short rest.
All right. Are you all taking a short rest? Because she's unconscious. Your prisoner here is breathing, but unconscious. You don't know how long it's going to be for her to wake up naturally. But unless you heal her in some way, she's not going to wake up until she just wakes up naturally.
I'm going to take a short rest.
Does anybody need healing, or do you just want to roll hit dice?
I just roll hit dice because I get back 10, which takes me back to full, so.
Okay.
I like my key points.
All right. So if you guys probably, do you just hunker down right there where you fought the others, or do you move somewhere like a little bit more discreet for your rest?
Yeah, I want to get her off the trail, and we left dead bodies, so there's not really, like, maybe cover them with some brush or something, so it's not like, oh hey, look, there's dead bodies, you know.
While you guys rest, I can do that because I didn't take any damage during that.
Yeah. I think that if you're willing to take 10 minutes to do it, and rather than a rush job, you don't need to roll for it.
Okay.
You just sort of drag them off of sort of the trail and hide them under some dense shrubberies and take care of it. All right, so you guys are taking a short rest, which takes an hour. Are you kind of doing anything? We can imagine that you're having sort of just idle chat. But your prisoner does not wake up during that time.
I'm just going to roll some hit dice.
Okay.
If we want to question her, we may have to heal her.
Just a little bit.
What I'll let you know is just mechanically, the way it works is when you go unconscious and are not healed back up, it is 1d4 hours to wake up naturally, and I did roll, but you guys don't know what it would be. It was not 1.
Oh dear. Alright.
I will try not to hit them so hard in the future.
I'll allow that you could make a medicine check rather than like expend a spell if you want to try that, but you're going to need to roll at least a 15, I'll say.
I can do a medicine check, that's my job.
If you need it, I can help.
That is a 19.
Okay, yeah. I think that you have... Well, so describe what you do that wakes her up.
I just sort of hunker down over her, and I put my hands on her face, and I just say a few words that, very quietly, like speaking to the spirits and asking them to restore her to consciousness and bring her back.
Okay.
I would like to have one of my swords out and ready.
Sure. Well, so she's tied up, but her eyelids do kind of flutter and then open, and up close, her sort of yellow slitted eyes are very unsettling. But she looks up at all of you, and just sort of briefly sort of struggles against the ropes, just kind of verifying that it's not, that she is tied up. And then her face just is very cold. She doesn't look afraid at all. She's really doesn't seem to be showing you any kind of emotion at all, but she just looks up at all of you and says, "Dost thou speak the common tongue?"
I'll kind of put my sword kind of against her throat, not touching, but just as in warning. We do. What is this place?
Is that not apparent?
This is not the place that it should be.
What should it be?
This forest isn't our home. You've changed it somehow.
We have changed nothing.
How did you get here without us noticing you? Because
Who
you are
are
deep
you?
in our homeland.
Your homeland.
Yes.
You are the outsider here.
That is what I'm asking you. What is this place? Where is this place?
You get the impression she really doesn't understand your question.
There were 4 others before us. Where are they?
They were taken as prisoners to the great temple.
For what purpose? They served you no harm?
Perhaps, if they please this great serpent, they will be blessed.
What kind of blessing?
The blessing of the great serpent elevates such as you into such as I.
Have you been blessed by the Great Serpent?
Indeed. Though, we all hope to be further blessed and ascend.
Ascend.
What's the name of this Great Serpent?
Dendar. He who will one day swallow the world.
I make a history check to see if I've ever read about this thing.
You may. Vandrian can make a religion check too.
15.
What did you say? The history check, Greg?
19.
19. I think Vandrian, what you know is that she's clearly talking about some kind of a powerful spirit, but it's not one you've heard of. And what you remember, Greg, reading about is that there have been, in some of the histories of this forest, expeditions that discovered what seemed to be extremely ancient ruins. And in what little remained of any kind of iconography in these ruins, there did seem to be, references and depictions of a great serpent spirit. But it's thousands and thousands of years ago.
Vandrian, can you tell if there's magic around?
Just as a party balance point of interest, that's actually probably something more that Sana would be good at.
Yeah.
Is getting a sense of the surroundings and what might be different or unusual about them. Not that Vandrian couldn't try, but that's kind of Sana's wheelhouse.
I don't have detect magic prepared, but
Can one?
I have my primeval awareness.
Well, it depends on what you're getting at. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not sure what I'm trying to get at. Like, that's for detecting like creatures and stuff. Portals, I could potentially.
Yeah.
Well, from what I understand of this snake deity, this is from an ancient time, like millennia. Like, up until recent, well, I guess up until now, the only thing left of these people was very minute and very dilapidated, if not completely overgrown by the forest archaeology. Like, it's for them to be here, something is very, very wrong. Because they haven't existed here since before any of us were alive.
This woman is looking around you, kind of like a little bit perplexed, like you guys are talking about strange and confusing questions, but she's clearly at your mercy. But as you kind of stopped addressing her for a while, she sort of speaks up and says, "Clearly my compatriots proved unworthy, but you yourselves have proven yourself strong. Offer yourself to the Great Serpent and you may be blessed yourselves."
Yeah, I don't kind of want that blessing, though.
Why would we
And
need
you are
to
a
be
fool.
Why would we need to be blessed by your snake god when obviously if you were blessed by them and we defeated you?
He makes a good point.
We come to this forest to meet, understand, and learn from spirits. Blessings are not necessary, for we know more when we are done.
None know more than Dendar.
Right, sure.
What is he? Is he a spirit?
The Great Serpent is all. And one day, it will once again be all.
From what I've read, Sana, it's a god, or they believe it to be a god. I need to go back and read more, just get more details, but they worship this thing.
But what if
It shares a nature with lesser spirits, but transcends them all. We seek to become more like Dendar, that we may share in his glory before the time comes to swallow the earth in its entirety.
I know that you desire, friend Greg, to read more, but perhaps our destination lies in seeing more. You will see something no one has seen for a long time. We will all learn much from this, but we must move now. Our friends are in danger.
So what do we do with her?
I'm just gonna slit her throat.
All right.
That was not necessary.
Swift.
Oh,
I'm
She was a
gonna
threat. Even
Then-
tied up, she was a threat.
step, sort of lean down or bend down to her, lean her back up against the tree, gently close her eyes.
Okay.
May you now find your great serpent in the afterlife. Join with the spirits now.
And I
I
point,
think I would like to use my primeval awareness because I get a 6-mile radius because I'm in favored terrain.
Mm-hmm.
So it detects aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fey, fiends, or undead.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't tell me how many or like exactly
Right.
where, but
So the answer is yes.
Hang on, let me check because some of those types I want to make sure that I tell you if they are appropriately. So say the types again.
aberrations, celestials, dragons, elementals, fey, fiends, or undead.
You do not detect any of those things in your radius. You detect the presence of, the sorts of nature spirits that you might expect to encounter, little ones here and there, but nothing of significant power and no creatures of the types that you mentioned.
As a horizon walker, I have like planar abilities and stuff. Would I feel like because clearly there's some time weirdness going on here.
you
It
can-
doesn't seem like we came through a portal,
You
but
can make a survival check with this kind of specific element of it in mind.
okay. Survival.
way beyond me now.
22.
All right. So that's pretty good. You are in particularly attuned to the locations of portals, but the sort of portals that you are familiar with are mostly sort of what you guys would call naturally occurring. And they tend to, the most common ones that you might encounter in the forest are to the Feywild. But occasionally there's ones to other places too. And sometimes it's just places where the boundaries between the planes are a bit thin. And at certain times of the year, they might open into portals to actually travel other places or to let things through. And you don't sense any of the types of portals that you are more familiar with. But in your training, you have occasionally passed through these portals, and you have recognized how when you are in another plane, there are these intangible things that existence feels slightly different, and you do feel that way here, as though you have passed through something. What you also know, having spoken with the elders in this, the growing concern is that something is happening to the world, and the boundaries between the planes are growing thinner and more brittle, and they are breaking in places all over. And so you have never encountered anything like this, but you do have the impression that you have passed from one place into another, or perhaps the same place at a different time. But there's been a schism of some kind from where you expected to be and where you are.
So I would like to relay that to my companions. Clearly we are not where we should be, or rather when we should be.
One quick meta question for everybody. Does anyone have a hard out? Like what time? Anyone?
Yep, I'm
Okay,
for it.
if we're good to go, then we'll just proceed. I just wanted to, because, I'm loving all of this, but there is a lot more to go, so I just wanted to make sure no one had to, leave at 10:30 or something.
No.
Okay, good.
This isn't good. Because what you're saying is correct, and I believe so. This takes a lot of power. Far more power than I think we have altogether. And this would also mean lots of danger, especially for our friends. So I agree with Hilera. We need to probably make post haste.
I don't know that there's much more than that we can do aside from trying to rescue who we've come here to rescue.
I think that is our purpose. Larger things will be taken care of by larger people. One cannot fight the river if one stumbles on a stone. Which way, Greg?
The structure I saw is this way, and I point to where I saw it through the trees.
So, yeah, you definitely know where it is. So if that's where you're trying to go, you can find it without difficulty. But if you want to approach stealthily, you will need to make a stealth roll.
Definitely want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I looked longingly at the trees, but remained on the ground.
It does add a degree of difficulty. It makes you in a different place if they detect you, but,
It's more if he described a pyramid, so there'll be trees over top of it.
Yeah.
That is a 20 not natural.
Okay.
I got a nat 20.
Nice.
I will stick them outside of combat.
25.
All right.
Natural 1.
Natural 1. Okay. Yeah, so it is definitely that movie thing of everyone's being super quiet, and then that just a stick that inexplicably is the thickness of a broom handle, yet inexplicably snaps under your foot as you're approaching, and everyone just as you approach, though, you don't detect any other activity at the moment. So You are making your way through to the point where you can now see this pyramid structure, very much like the image that I've got up here, so you can kind of see it from that distance. Anyone who would like to can make another survival check to try to just determine any clues, or investigation if you want as well.
15.
18.
15 survival.
So that 18, Sana, you see, well, first of all of you looking at this structure, it clearly has multiple levels of what would be interior areas, you assume. But at least in the obvious outer level, there don't seem to be any doors that lead to those interior areas. You see stairs on 4 sides that lead up to the top, but you don't actually see any entrances on any of the other levels. But you do spot, Sana, you see, as you're kind of just looking around, on the ground near the base of the stairs on one of the sides, you see a tiny little glint of metal. And as you peer closer and approach a little closer, you see that it is actually a brooch that belongs to Mara. And it is not on the stairs or leading to the stairs, it is off to one side.
I want to, in front of kind of one of the walls or in front of the stairs?
Yeah, it's not in front of the stairs. Hang on, let me, so you can see my little cursor here. It's over here. So it's not by the stairs, it is off to one side.
Okay, then I want to go over to that wall and study it to see if there's any buttons or levers or any kind of keystone type of thing that might allow me to
go ahead and make
door.
a perception or investigation check, whichever one you prefer in this case.
Perception is much higher.
I would like to help her.
Okay, yeah, so you can make that with advantage if you like.
Well, great. So that's a 16.
Okay. Yeah, that's enough. What you do seem to find is there's the seam of what looks like a secret door, and you think you know what the mechanism would be to open it.
Does anybody know anything about how to check for traps? Anybody got something like that?
I can try.
Yeah. That would be an investigation check.
My methods usually involve stepping on them.
Let's try to avoid that.
Not bad. 15.
Okay, yeah, so you definitely... hang on. Let's see, hang on. I've got my notes for this secret door here.
Oh, if I didn't say it, I definitely took the brooch. Pocketed it
okay, picked it up.
securely.
Right. Mm-hmm. You do know that it's... The way that it fastens and the elven make of it, these things don't just come undone. It's not, that doesn't happen.
Sheila left it here.
Mm-hmm. Pretty likely. So, I think, so, Greg, you have managed to investigate the mechanism here, and you do see that there seems to be some kind of little piece that doesn't look like it's actually part of the lock itself, and you suspect that there is something that is designed to activate if the lock is picked. And so you could potentially try using your thieves' tools to disable that before picking the lock, if you like.
I would.
All right. So thieves tools check is going to be dexterity plus your proficiency. So that's going to be +6 for you.
I would like to step back just in case.
Oh, I'm having so many past D&D flashbacks. I dubbed one campaign. I had a rogue called Heat, where, like, literally, I had so many traps go bad that my character gained a phobia of doors. Oh, let's see. That is a 15.
So a 15. You don't think you're going to be able to disable the lock. You feel like, or disable the trap. So you feel like you could, or rather, it would take a lot more time. You can't do it quickly. So you think you could now pick the lock pretty quickly, but the trap would go off. If you want to still keep trying to disable the lock, you're going to have to be here for longer out in the open.
Guys, stand back.
I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on him to give him a +2 bonus to his AC.
Okay.
Backing up.
I'm going to try to unlock the. I'm trying to pick the lock.
Okay. So go ahead and make another Thieves' Tools check.
10.
10. Okay, yeah, it's tricky. It's not, you're not quite getting it. You feel like you can keep trying, but you're also starting to feel kind of exposed here.
I'll give it one more shot. And
Okay.
if that doesn't work, then I'm probably just going to break the lock and
All right.
to get the biscuit. Oh, okay, that's better. That is a 22.
Okay. This time you manage to, you learn the trick of this lock. You finally get your thieves' tools in there. You feel the lock, click open under your thieves' tools. And then you hear a little spring going, and a needle just go, pricks into your finger. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
Oof. Oh boy. I'm not going to roll you. You betrayed me. Oh, that would be a 18.
An 18 is a failure.
Oh.
Yeah, so you're going to take... let's see. Ooh, yikes, that's some high rolls on that, too. 19 poison damage.
Ooh.
And also, you feel your muscles just starting to, seize up. And what the rest of you see is he's down there picking at the lock. And then he kind of just stops. And he's not moving at all. You are completely paralyzed at the moment, Greg.
Ow.
Has he finished?
Yeah, so you guys were able to see his shoulders and arms moving as he's working on the lock, and then he literally just stops. He's not moving at all.
Oh dear.
Okay.
I will walk around to see his hands.
Yeah. So you guys can see that there's a little bit of a drop of blood on his finger, and he maybe just barely is able to kind of lift up his eyes at you, and it's kind of like,
And I look very bad. Very bad.
I will attempt to push him away, leaving him with my quarterstaff.
All right. Yeah, so he tips over and is laying on the ground in the same position.
Can our cleric help?
I do not have the thing that I would need to break a curse or something like that on him, but I can heal him.
Oh.
You can make a medicine check if you want. Also.
Yeah, I would make a medicine check to see.
Right.
That is a 26.
He is not magically affected. He is poisoned by a poison that seems to be having this effect.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have
with a 26, I think you can also tell it's likely to wear off on its own before too long. But you guys are also still in the open right now.
All right, we're gonna have to. Like, did he unlock the door? The door is unlocked.
Yeah,
so?
it
Okay.
is unlocked.
We're gonna have to carry him in with us. Like, it's gonna take a little while for this to get out of his system. So, yeah.
Well, I will attempt to heft him up over my shoulder. Unless somebody wants to help.
I'll help.
I can help.
Yeah, I think that we don't have to deal with rolls, but you're moving at half speed for as long as you're carrying him.
Can I
So-
cast healing
so-
word on him while we're moving?
Cast what?
Healing word.
Yeah.
While we're moving.
Mhm.
Okay. So I'm gonna do that at level 2.
Okay. So, Greg, you're not having trouble breathing or anything, but you are paralyzed.
This sucks.
It looks painful.
You get
Yes.
back 10. You get back 10 hit points.
I hope you can speak soon. I wish to know what it feels like. To avoid it, of course.
I'm giving you the deathliest of stares.
I think he moved his eyes.
All right. So I'm assuming you guys are still on the outside of this door, but are you moving in?
Yeah.
How are you trying to proceed stealthily?
Yeah, and need to be very aware of in case there's anything else on the inside.
All right. So everyone roll stealth. Santa, you rolling with disadvantage because you're carrying a person.
Yeah.
Why couldn't it be? Why couldn't it be a dex check?
Ugh.
One is my worst, other than charisma.
+5.
Well, it was a pretty
14.
significant trap and a pretty deadly poison. You know, I think you can you have time to reflect on that
Oh, yeah.
trap. That was a non-significant that was a non-trivial trap, and that poison was like that's serious business poison.
It's a 14 for me.
Okay.
19.
All right. Yeah, so you guys creak open the door. You manage to have it be silent. And what you see on the interior, on the map, the scale is 10 feet, for a square. So what you see immediately through there is that about 20 feet in, there seems to be a corner. But also this hallway continues further in. It is dim light inside. There are sort of torches here and there, dimly lit.
But we should all have dark vision.
Yeah, you're all elves. You have dark vision, so you can see. I'm just describing it.
Once we're all inside, I would like to quietly set him down.
All right. Incidentally, I will just. Uh-oh, did my hangout just crash? I think it did. Okay, might have to just bring everybody back in here and see if I can do that. All right. Hopefully the recording is still going. It seems to be. Let's see if I can get everyone back into this video call.
Because of.
All right. Yeah. So
Yeah.
the hangout crashed for me. So I think I
Oop.
have you back
Can't
now.
hear her.
You can't hear me?
I can
I
hear
can.
you.
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, the hangout crashed, so I had to bring you back in. Let me see if I
can't hear
can.
her.
You can't hear me?
Oh no, I can.
She's not going to be able to answer that.
Well, okay. All right.
Yeah, hold on.
Well-
I'm going to drop out and come back because.
Okay. Yeah. Hopefully that'll.
Christiana's
work.
also restarted the Hangout, so.
Yeah, I
Oh.
had to. All right. So I think the stream is still going, but yeah. Hopefully.
Yeah, it's still
Dream of
going.
long night.
Yeah.
Lord of the Dance.
I can see everybody on the stream, but I can't on the Hangout.
Okay. Well,
I
yeah.
think-
So I mean, the hangout is. You okay? Hang on. I need to get everyone back on the map. Yeah. Hang on. That's my fault. Oh, where is this? Oh no! It crashed again. What the heck? Okay. Well, that's not good. Okay. Let's try to rejoin this call.
I never
Okay.
disarm traps.
Well,
do you
to
all
be,
hear
to be honest,
me?
you didn't this time either, so that's okay.
No, yeah.
Do you hear me? Hello?
Hey,
Hey,
Cannot
yeah,
hear
it
her,
crashed a
but,
second time.
I'm going to drop and come back. That usually fixes
Okay.
it for me.
okay.
All right. So that's dismaying. That's a type of error I've never seen before.
Ah, I hear you now.
Okay, good. Okay, I think
Almost like the whole game went through a portal to another
Right.
realm of instant time.
Okay, so hopefully it won't repeat, the issue there. Oh no, what? Okay, never mind. Hang on. Just my ambiance reset. So for a second it dropped out of, like I wasn't hearing it, but it was just, okay. So, all right. Where were we? You guys had just sneaked in the secret door. I think you were setting down Greg for the moment. You're being stealthy right now.
Yeah, I have weapons out, everybody back, and I'm going to go creep along, see what's ahead.
Okay, so one thing that I'll let you guys know is I'm borrowing a map here that's got labels on it that you should not assume are accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So I'm just saying, just because...
I'm still doing that, though.
Yeah.
I'm a scout. That's what...
Yeah, no, absolutely. What I'm just saying is, don't just look at the picture and assume that whatever word is there, that means that's what's there. I'm using this for layout.
But it said so in the brochure.
And the reason I point that out is because there absolutely is a guard where it says guard. I just don't want you to count on that in the future. So what happens is that you are stealthily creeping up. And so go ahead and make a new stealth roll for me as you move forward.
And that was not so great. 13 on that one.
13 is still enough.
Ooh.
For you to move just far enough ahead to see that standing in a little alcove right there does seem to be another one of these human-like, beings. They're Yuan-Ti, if you guys didn't figure that out already, so I'm just going to call them that instead of trying to figure out other things. So we'll say that was part of what Greg knew, is that the civilization that they had found these ruins of was referred to as the Yuan-Ti. So there does seem to be one of the human-looking Yuan-Ti standing guard in that spot, but they don't appear to have noticed you.
Okay.
But it would be hard to sneak by in the hallway without being spotted.
Right. Can I see, how far down the hallway goes?
So the hallway, does continue past that little alcove for another 40 feet and then continues off to the left.
Okay. So no, I only see the one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
so how is it lit? How is the place lit?
Torches. It is dimly lit, so it's very shadowy. And so because of you guys have that whole, the wood elf ability, the lightly obscured, it's shadowy enough that you guys can attempt to hide in places where it's shadowy like this.
Okay.
Only could move an inch.
So, going to quietly move back and, make some motions that there's...
Mm-hmm.
And then, point up there. Just the one guy.
All right. So I think this is here where we in the TV show version we would have a comical moment where you're making various gestures and then they pretend not to understand and then they say yeah. So I'm going to assume that what you guys are planning to do is basically sneak up on this guy and gank him, right? So
Yeah.
So we'll assume that that's what you're going to do. as you have come back to communicate this, I do need another stealth roll from each of you approaching to get up to a position where you're going to rush him.
Is Greg doing okay?
He is still poisoned and
He's
still
really
paralyzed.
stealthy.
All right, so we'll just leave.
He's
him
not making any
propped
noise, though.
up. So we'll just leave him propped up against the wall. And
Yeah.
be like, "We'll be right back."
It's a 17 for me.
Okay.
25.
14.
All right. Yeah. You guys, that doesn't seem to. You hear him kind of shifting position a little bit and just.
So I'm going to hold up my fingers on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
So essentially, what we're going to do here is a surprise round. So we're not going to bother rolling initiative unless you guys all 3 go first, and if he's not down, then we'll roll initiative.
Okay.
Okay. I stab at thee.
All right.
I want to fire a crossbow bolt.
Okay.
at him.
So we'll just go ahead and have Sana roll your round of attacks first.
That is a plus 5, so an 11.
Mhm.
And that is a 19.
11 hits. So.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
These things they're not armored.
So 11, 19, and 23.
Okay.
That's
Yeah, those
okay.
all hit. Yeah, this is the guy who's set to guard the secret door that's also trapped in poison. So, like, this is not their best guy.
Okay, so I have
God, just put
12.
Carl by the secret door.
16 damage.
All right. He says.
I see they have such scintillating dialogue in this ancient
Well, he's
dialect.
surprised. Let's put him on the spot here.
That's
All right. So, Alaro, you
Now.
want to do your round of attacks here?
certainly. Am I hidden? Was that or that was a stealth?
Yeah.
just
No,
like-
you're coming from surprise, so your first attack is advantage.
All right. Let's see. I will kind of writhe in around Sana then with an uppercut.
Mm-hmm.
23 to hit.
Yeah.
Max hit damage again. 9 damage.
Nice.
Let's see. I'm going to choose that he. Gets pushed back into the alcove further, so he's up against the wall.
Okay. So you've done your pushing attack. He makes a saving throw for
He
that,
makes
doesn't
a strength saving throw against that.
Okay.
One.
Strength is not his best thing. He only gets an 8.
That's not
So
enough.
that's not enough. So you shove him all the way to the back of this 10-foot by 10-foot alcove.
And then I will use my my bonus strike to attempt to. I just want to knock him out,
Alright.
just in case. That's a 23 to hit
Okay.
for 8 damage.
He's not out yet, but he is very wounded. So Vandrian, you're up.
Alright, I'm gonna fire a crossbow bolt at him.
Okay.
That is a 19,
That hits.
and that is 8 points of damage.
And that does it.
Just knocks him out, though.
I think he's kind of dead, though.
Yeah. It's hard to do non-lethal damage with a crossbow.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But he slumps to the ground, and you all have managed to dispatch this guard without a lot of undue attention. You don't hear any. Actually, I'll make a perception check.
20, not natural.
That is a 24.
And 22.
Wow, you guys are some high rolling people. So I think that your elfin ears detect echoing through these stone corridors that from somewhere not nearby, you hear voices chanting something, but it's not close.
All right. We should check on our paralyzed friend.
Yeah.
I look back. Has he moved?
Nope. You can make another medicine check if you want.
All right. 17.
17. You think that he's probably going to be like this for maybe another few minutes.
All right. Yeah, he's not ready, guys.
I'm going to. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, do you want to scout past the next alcove and see what's up ahead?
Yeah, that was actually exactly.
Yeah.
Does the guard have a uniform?
No, it's the same kind of clothes that the others had.
Ah,
So I'm going to creep down to the corner and see what I can see.
All right.
Kind of against this, so it'd be on my left,
Mm-hmm.
the left side wall.
Go ahead and make another stealth check for me.
And that is a 18.
Okay. So you find as you reach the corner that the hallway does continue to the left for another 50 feet or so. There's a room that goes off to the south before the corridor turns right. There's also another, you're seeing the output here. So the after the left turn, the hallway continues for another 50 feet, but there's an opening on the right and on the left.
And I don't see anybody moving around or.
No, so basically you can see up to like a door right here. It's clearly like a stone door, but one that's on these big hinges, and then you can see that there's a way to go down here, but you can't see into it.
I'm gonna go around the corner and see into that.
Into this room?
Yeah, into that room.
Okay. What you see in there is clearly some sort of it's sort of like an offering bowl and an altar, but like a small one. But there is a big carving of a snake head on the wall. But there's no one in there.
I can't do any like detect magic or anything like that. So, but there's nobody in there.
Right.
All right. I'm kind of leery of doors, so I'm not going there.
Okay.
I will creep back and report what I have seen.
All right.
I'm just like, good job on avoiding the door. Doors are poison.
Though those who do not learn from their history are doomed to repeat it, right?
I'm allergic to locked doors.
So are we waiting for him to...
Yeah. If you just wait, it's basically it was 10 minutes from the original poisoning. We'll say that it's wearing off at this point since you guys are kind of taking your time, but you eventually find that your muscles relax, Greg, and you're able to move again.
I was doing therapeutic massage while she was doing
that. Helped make it faster.
Yeah.
And I will assume that you guys, if you're talking quietly.
Greg, you're muted.
You got a little something.
Also,
you
you're
drooled
muted,
a little
Jason,
bit
so-
while you were paralyzed.
Ow, that door hurt.
Okay, shh. There's nobody around. But here's, and I explain what I saw. So, okay.
Another door. Great.
Let's maybe avoid the door.
Maybe
There's the
go
room with
there.
the snake head. That might be exciting.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Well, she said
I would-
no one there.
I kind of want to look at it though.
Perhaps we should hurry, though.
We should.
Yeah.
We need to move this along.
All right.
So I will lead the way.
Yeah.
Are we creeping?
So hang on. So where are you just going to that room with the snake head, or?
Yeah.
You do, so like you don't hear anything except the sort of distant chanting that sounds vaguely ritualistic. So you move into the room with the big snake head. It is, as previously described, not having anyone in it except you guys now.
I'm not going to be in the room. I am standing outside of the room,
Mm-hmm.
kind of across from it, looking around the corner. I'm gonna keep an eye out.
Yeah, so as you kind of look around this other corner, you can see where it extends another, 60 feet to the north, to the north on this map.
While I'm in that room, I would like to. Is there any way that I could sort of make a religion check and see if I can sense any, like, the kind of connection I feel to the spirits myself? Like, if I can feel a connection similar to that in this room?
Yeah. So I think a religion check for that.
Oh, great
Or
spirits!
no,
are
you know
mighty
what?
here.
I think religion is an intelligence-based check. I think this would actually be a wisdom check.
Okay, so
So you can do wisdom plus proficiency if you want.
Have to walk in
okay,
the room.
so
Seance.
25.
Okay, yeah. So I think what you sense here is that the spirits that you are, that you would expect to find here in the heart of this forest tend to be unpredictable and unknowable and are not even always the same for different people. But what you feel here is the presence of a spirit that's more powerful than anything you've ever encountered before, but it seems like it's very passive, perhaps not even fully aware.
Okay. I don't like that feeling. It's weird. Alright. That's all I wanted to know, and then I will leave the room.
The other carvings in the room, other than the giant snake head, one of the things you actually realize about the giant snake head is that below it are actually carved what look like human shoulders and arms. Like it's a person with a snake head.
That's creepy. Alright.
Are you all proceeding up that other hallway then?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes.
So you creep around another corner and you peer down the hallway. Once again, there's an opening on the left, the right. There's another one further up on the left. And it's, as you're looking at this map, it is the layout is the same. I'm just saying you can't necessarily count on every room being exactly as described.
Okay.
Do
We're gonna have to start looking in rooms, even though there are doors.
Does it sound like we're any closer to the chanting?
Not necessarily closer, but it does sound like it's coming more from straight ahead, like the end of this hallway.
Can I see that that's a door that's closed there?
So this is the door right here. The two most nearest openings both have doors that are closed.
Okay.
And then ahead is, you hear the sound seems to be, where it's echoing from is in that direction.
Okay. I'm going to go past the doors.
Okay.
And so at the next...
You can also listen at each door if that's what you want, or investigate the door specifically. If there are any in question, I'm just saying those are your options.
I would like to listen at the door to the room that says kitchen, but probably isn't a kitchen.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Perception 19.
You don't hear anything.
Okay.
I mean, the aforementioned chanting, but nothing from behind that door.
So I'm gonna move to the edge of the opening on the left.
This one? This one here?
And can I see down that way?
Yes.
Or how
and
far can
what you can see is you look all the way down and about 60 feet, you see what seems to be like a mirror image of the hallway that you guys entered through. And there's on the far end is the inside of a secret door that looks very much like the one you guys came through.
Don't do it, Greg. You cannot win against those doors.
But I might be able to win against the guard that is probably down there.
Do you see anybody that's down there?
Well, you know, if you're still right here, you don't see a person, but if it's just like the one you came through, there would probably be a guard in the little alcove there.
All right, so I'm gonna check for like consensus among everybody. Like, are we doing this?
Yeah, I think we should check to see if there's one more guard there, because we wouldn't want someone to happen to walk up behind us as we progress through here.
Yeah, sneak up and take him out.
All right, so one more stealth check for everyone who's sneaking up on the guard.
Ooh, nice.
Oh,
19.
14.
11.
11 is actually good enough. You think their passive perception is just 10 to these things. But so without belaboring the point, we'll say with all four of you catching him by surprise, just like the other one, you're able to take him out with a minimum of fuss.
Awesome. Yes.
What about that other passage? Can we see through into?
Yeah, so you look through there and you see what does appear to be some sort of a food preparation area, and again, there's no one inside.
All right. Well, I guess we should try to find that chanting.
All right.
Yep.
So you creep through and you see that as you reach this sort of T intersection, one off to the right seems to go into a larger room. One goes to the, some stairs that go upward. And as far as you can tell, the chanting is still kind of echoing through long corridors, but it seems to be coming through either direction about the same.
So, I'm gonna try to peek into the area off to the right.
Mm-hmm. All right. So you go ahead and you peek in and you see what looks to be a great big sort of perhaps a gathering area with long rows of polished stone floor, and then at the end there is an enormous statue about 15 feet tall of it's not so what it actually looks like is an enormous snake, but instead of one head it has multiple heads, and it also seems to have arms emerging below the head, but otherwise it's very monstrous and unsettling.
Is anyone in there?
No, or at least you don't see anyone. If you want to make another perception check, you may.
I would. And I'm pretty sure I don't see anything. 12.
Okay. You do see that there are on either side of this area, there are balconies from like a slightly higher level. It's not as tall as the ceiling, but it's it's just elevated a little bit, and it's not too hard to guess to suggest that the stairs that were the other direction probably leads to the balconies. But what you also, see is that, there are several of those balconies and then more openings to the right. And then there's an opening similar to the one you're in. That's kind of over to the back here. But the sound is this chanting is still, the problem is that it's still not super close. And so it's got to be echoing through a whole bunch of different corridors, and it makes it very difficult to identify the sound direction specifically.
Are they on the end over here, like through the temple, and on the other side, the opposite way?
So basically, you guys are right here right now. This is where Greg just snuck to, right here.
Okay, so going down that line there, are those stairs?
These are stairs. So to read the map, these are stairs that go up to the next level. These are stairs that go like up a half level. So these hallways are slightly elevated compared to this temple floor. Same
what about
here.
At the end on the...
So this over here, that's the stairs on the outside.
Okay. Like
doesn't
coming
connect
in.
on the inside. Yeah.
Okay.
Those are the stairs going up the outside of the pyramid up to the top.
Okay.
Same on all four sides here. So these stairs don't connect to the inside.
Do I see any? Can I see if there's any movement in the balconies across from where we are?
You'd have to make another perception check.
That's better. That'd be 26.
26. You detect really kind of like, other than this chanting and like the occasional crackle and pop from like the torches, no sound at all. And in fact, you guys might be starting to suspect that all of that chanting is why there's nobody around down here, is because they're all up to something. They're doing something.
Can I see since I'm looking across this room, can I see the mirror of the place where I'm at now?
Yeah, if you make your way into the room a little bit, you can see kind of through this way, and you can see the bottom of what look like stairs going upward.
Then I'd like to make my way into that room and over towards that side.
Everyone following?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So if you guys are all, making you have found some stairs that clearly go up to the next level, and once you're at the base of those stairs, it's very clear the chanting is coming from that direction.
No more doors.
So, you guys are on this level now, and you are coming up these stairs. So you get to the top of the stairs, and there's a little bit of an alcove, and then also it curves around to the right, like that.
Keep going.
Yep.
All right, so you make your way around. This wall is your guess that that's the outside wall of the pyramid, because of course each layer is smaller than the one below. And so you go around here, and as let's get another stealth check from you guys.
15.
17.
Okay.
That is a 23.
Pretty good. I heard 15, 17, 23, and...
23.
Okay, great. All right, so, yeah, you guys are being pretty stealthy. But so you make your way down this long hallway, and you find what seems to be, a storage room, that there are 3 doors.
Oh, gosh. We're doomed.
I will go up and listen to the one, I guess that'd be the north door, the
Yeah.
one at the top. Yeah, I'll take a listen.
Perception check?
Pretty good at those. That is a 24.
24. Yeah, you don't hear anything. It's silent on the other side of that door.
I want to listen at the door where the torture chamber label is.
Yeah. Okay. You listen at that door. Perception check, please.
I'm sure
That
these are
is,
just generic plans.
16.
On the other side of that door, at first you're thinking you're hearing nothing, but then just at the tiniest hint of the edge of your ability to hear, you hear what sounds like crying. It's a young woman is crying.
Okay. And I will just like hold my hand out and wave for somebody else to come and have a listen to.
All right.
Do these doors look fancy in any way? Like, do they just look like normal doors?
There are stone doors, so it's thin kind of stone panels hung on these big sort of clunky hinges.
Does it look locked?
Or poison.
Well, how about you investigate to see?
Can I assist?
I was just gonna say the same thing.
21.
21, you can tell that these interior doors are not locked or trapped the way that those secret outside exits were. This door seems to it would just open normally, although the hinges on it are not like what you guys would call like fancy. They might make a scraping noise when you open the door.
Well, guys, we can try to sneak in here, but
Is there anything in the room? Or is it just an empty room?
The room that you are in right now, the storeroom, seems to have various, like, large baskets that are holding presumably some kinds of supplies. I mean, you could look into them if you want, but it's a storage room of some kind.
I want to look for anything that's liquid and slightly oily. It doesn't really matter what.
Make an investigation check for me.
It was a 18, excuse me.
You find a pot with a bunch of sludge that you suspect is the oil that they use to keep their torches burning.
I would like to pour some of that on the hinges.
All right.
Now, can I see how does this door open outward or inward?
It opens like towards you.
Okay.
So
yay.
out of the room, so into the room that you're in.
Awesome.
All right. So you have greased up the hinges of this room.
Do you guys want to go ahead and we can take a look inside?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try to stealth, or first I'm going to try to, quietly and easily pull this door open.
Yeah. So let's get a stealth roll just from you first.
That is good, Greg. Overcome your fear. Uh-oh.
It's not bad. It's not that bad. That would actually be a 23.
23. Okay.
I'm very stealthy.
Yeah. So with the advantage of the greased hinges, which works a treat, you manage to creak open the door, or I say creak. You open the door without a sound, and you peek inside. The crying is more obvious now with the door open, and it's coming from off to the right. What you see in this room, though, is kind of horrifying. It is clearly instruments of torture, and some do look recently used.
Do I see anyone else in the room?
No. There is a door across, like all the way across from you directly. There seems to be an opening to the left with another door, and then an opening off to the right, and that's where the sound of crying is coming from.
Does that voice sound at all familiar to me?
It does. I mean, it does kind of to all of you. I mean, yeah.
I will proceed into the room quietly, and I would like to listen to the southern door.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check there.
Nat 20.
Yeah?
Yes.
I think that you hear a voice kind of muttering. It's sort of a feminine voice muttering under her breath, is saying, "Don't see why I don't get to visit the ritual. I am more ascended than any of they. I don't think it's fair." She's clearly kind of just ranting to herself.
I look back at those guys and I motion that I can hear one person.
One word.
It's a peaceful.
Is it moving?
3 syllables.
Yeah.
I would like to proceed up towards the north.
Okay. So you make your way up there, and there's clearly a row of very small 10 foot by 10 foot cells, each with their own locked door, but they're barred doors, and you can see, making your way up through that hallway, that 3 of them are occupied. In those cells, you see Mara, Thanriel, Lorelei, but not Piper. They are looking pretty miserable. They're alive. You can see that they have cuts like on their arms that look like they're designed to be painful, but not, maiming. So they're whole, but very unhappy. But I think as you are making your way in there, are you trying to remain unseen, or well, you're doing that, so it's like,
Yes.
all right, make a persuasion check because they're a little bit like, it was clearly it was Lorelei that was the one that was crying, and she's kind of in a state.
Persuasion? Yeah, I got it. 0 on that. So that's a 12.
Okay. I think that you can see her just like, and so they are all looking at you, and like there's tears in their eyes, and they're clearly terrified, but they're so glad to see you.
Okay, so how are the doors locked? You said they were barred?
Yeah, they are locked, barred doors. So doors are
bars.
bars.
Okay.
Yeah, but Mara whispers to you, "Master." So I'll whisper, "Slave master." That way, pointing to the south.
Just the one?
No, there's lots. But that's where the rest took Piper upstairs.
So I'm going to wherever the others are and be as quiet as I don't know how much of that I can relay. But I will point down the hall and say there's 3. 3 of camera. 3 of ours with the ears.
Yeah, that's
3 of them.
First word.
That's
3.
the sign language for elf as you pull your ears out.
Yeah, all of the ears.
They're one of our ears.
Yeah.
So 1 upstairs. But the doors are locked. I don't know. So
And I'm still over by the southern door, and I still motion that there's one person in there.
Yeah.
Mhm. And I'm gonna do this. That one.
A silent nod.
So, with that said,
So the other 3 are kind of looking at their doors like. So up to you guys, but they're kind of indicating that their preference would be for you to let them out first, and not go off and maybe get yourselves killed before you've let them escape. But up to you
Okay,
guys.
so Greg, you got the lock picking thing going on.
an old
Come here.
So I'm gonna go and try to unlock these doors.
All right, I think I do need another stealth check from everybody since you guys are hanging out in here trying to communicate with each other.
Natural 20.
17.
15.
Oh.
I'm gonna notch an arrow and have it facing
Muted there,
towards
Greg.
last one.
Nat 1.
No,
Oh,
what? Oh no! Yeah, so you were getting out. You were the one being super quiet, but then Sana mentions you get out the lockpicks, and you reach into your pouch, but then you feel your elbow bonk something, and then you see one of these stone slabs had like a metal poker on it, and your elbow bumps it, and there's just everything goes to slow motion as you see this poker. Clang, 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 clang. What was that? From the door to the south. And we're rolling initiative.
Oh.
Yeah, well, it's got to happen sometimes.
Oh.
All right,
19 for me.
Also 19.
13.
Okay.
4.
13,
It's another nat 1.
Yep.
4.
At
Okay.
least I'm getting them out now.
Oops. All right. 4, and then that was.
Come on, low roll for the one who heard me.
And then also, hang on, let's see. What do I do here? 13. All right, so Sana and Vandrian have time to do something before this door has opened, but you definitely heard a voice say, "What was that?" So you can probably guess that something's about to happen.
I am going to ready my short swords and hold my action until there's something to hit.
Okay, but you're preparing to attack whatever comes through the southern door, perhaps?
Yeah, I'm going to actually stand to the side of like where the door is, like against that wall.
Like here?
Yeah, like right there.
Okay.
Like so kind of like prepared with swords.
Readying an action to do your round of attacks if if something emerges from that door and into the room.
Yes.
Gotcha. What about you, Vandrian?
I'm also going to hold my action. I'm going to hold my crossbow, and as soon as somebody comes rushing through that door, I'm going to fire at them.
Okay. All right. Hang on. That's. All right. That's going to be. Okay. So, what happens when the door does open? Where did you say you were, Vandrian?
I'm going to be right at the edge of the other hallway.
Like here?
Yeah.
Okay. So you would probably be visible from something coming out of there.
Yep.
Okay. So I think that what you see coming out of, so where are Alora and Greg as this kicks off here? So I think, Greg, you were probably just like in the center of the room right here, like maybe by this slab or something. Oh, you're muted.
Yes, sadly looking at the poker like...
Yeah. Okay. What about you, Alora? Where would you have been?
Right around with the T in torture, the first T.
Gotcha. Okay. So, what you see, those of you in position to see, as the door scrapes open, you see what looks at first like one of these same Yuan-Ti that you had seen before, except below the waist, she's got a long snake tail. So like no hips and legs. Below the waist, she is just 12-foot long snake trailing off behind her, and she's got some sort of a headdress on as well, and she emerges looking furious and surprised, but she charges into the room, and both Vandrian and Sana get off their round of attacks as she charges into the room.
Sweet.
Mine is a 15.
15 hits.
And that's 6 points of damage.
Okay.
So it's a 17 and a 17.
Both hit?
Last one probably won't. That's an 8.
Okay, 8 misses, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Ugh, that didn't do very much. Okay. 6 and 10 total.
Okay. All right, so you both get some hits off on her, but then she is now very aware of your presence. And let's see, what is... All right. What is she doing first? Okay, I think that her first action here, I think she's taken off by surprise enough that she reacts kind of instinctively to Sana's sword attack and immediately whips her long tail around you and attempts to make a constrict attack against you. But that's a natural 1, so I think you've knocked her off balance enough that she's not able to wrap around her. You're able to get out from under her, but she does slash out at you with a scimitar as well, and that's a 21 to hit.
Yep.
Still only going to be 8 slashing damage. So that is this Yuan-Ti's turn. Aloro, you're up.
Well. Okay. I suppose I will move in closer then. And, feinting with the bow, spin around for a back kick instead.
Okay.
Or attempt. Natural 20. That's
Nice.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Unarmed strike.
Thanks for taking my luck.
That's 10 bludgeoning damage on the first attack.
Okay.
I will choose that she cannot take reactions.
Okay.
That doesn't require a save.
All right.
Second roll. That's a 21 to hit.
So I think you can only do those things when you use Flurry of Blows. I might be mistaken.
Oh, let me just double check. You may be correct.
Yeah,
there.
I think it's free. It doesn't cost more key when you use Flurry of Blows, but you have to have spent at least 1 key on Flurry of Blows.
Fair enough. Then it's just a regular hit.
Okay.
Then that's a second one to hit with, what did I say?
Well, you said 10 the first one to damage, and then I don't remember what you said the second attack was.
5 damage.
Okay. All right. So you guys...
and I will spend a key point
okay.
to do Flurry of Blows.
All right.
Where's my key? Hello, key. There we go. You have to say hello to your character sheet, or it doesn't know you. That is only 11 to hit.
11 does miss.
Okay, and the second attack is a 12.
Okay, 12 misses too, unfortunately. She's got tough, scaly hide on this lower half of her body, and that's what you end up striking, and it just doesn't...
I step back from her then.
Okay. And so you did use the no reactions thing with your Flurry of Blows, though?
No. It doesn't matter if I hit. I have to hit with that.
I think you have to hit with your Flurry... Well, you're the one with the...
Yeah, sorry, I'm just checking it quick here. Actually, it doesn't matter anyway because I have mobile.
Okay.
So she can't take,
okay.
I don't provoke opportunity attacks when I move away.
All right, great. So she is snarling, hissing, clearly very alarmed to find herself surrounded in this way. Okay. How far back away do you get?
The opening of the slave hall.
Okay, so I'm assuming she is charged into the room, so she is like in this square right here. Mm-hmm. Are you just in here, or are you like one more
step back?
All right.
So I'm basically blocking that hallway off.
Okay, not within 10 feet is the key. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so that would be, Greg's turn next. Oh,
I did not start this already. I'm going to try to hide.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that. Go ahead and make a stealth check.
That would be That would be a 20. Not natural.
Yep. So you have ducked out of sight. Does not currently have eyes on you.
And just as a I'm just gonna draw my swords. That'll be my last thing. I'll use my bonus action to draw my long swords.
Okay. All right. So you are hidden. Your weapons are ready, but you are not attacking this round. Is that right?
No, because I'd have to move to hit her. Well, depending on how big she is, unless I can reach her from.
No, I mean she is still a medium creature.
Yeah, so I can't. I'd have to move. I'd also have to move into it, so I can't do it.
So if you did, where are you imagining that you hid? I think the most convenient to where you would have just maybe been behind one of these slabs.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I think that, that was your turn. So Sana, you're up.
My hit her again.
All right.
Because that's what I got. Mm-hmm. So that is a 20.
Oh, incidentally, this is what she looks like.
Ooh, that's creepy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the first one is a 22.
22 hits, yeah.
And then 17 and 20. Not natural.
Okay. All right, yeah. I mean, those all hit.
So that's 8. Another 8. And a 5. So 16, 21.
Okay. Yeah, she's clearly pretty hurt by now. So what about you, Vandrian?
I'm gonna toll the dead.
All right.
So she has to make a wisdom save.
It is not stealthy. It is not quiet. It is very loud. Boom.
Yeah.
She makes a wisdom save and gets 19.
Okay, that's a success.
So it's no damage on a success, correct?
Nope.
Yeah. All right. So it is now her turn again, and she looks around. She doesn't have eyes on Greg. Here, let me get back on the map here. But what she does is she moves over to, like, to here. I'm just trying to see where she could go. Yeah. So she moves to where she's got Sana and Vandrian within 10 feet of her, and Greg is within 10 feet, even though she can't see you. But you see her whisper some sort of strange ancient language. If any of you speak Abyssal, you might recognize it.
I don't remember.
But she casts Arms of Hadar. Tendrils of dark energy erupt from her and start to batter all creatures within 10 feet of her. So I think that's gonna be Greg and Sana and Vandrian. And so each of you need to make a strength saving throw.
14.
14 is a success.
Well, let's see. I got 15 plus 1.
15 is a success, yeah. What about you,
13.
Sana? 14? 13?
13.
13 is actually also a success. Those are all successes, but what that means is you don't suffer the additional effect, and you take half damage, but let's see. I'm rolling this damage. You all take, all three of you still take 9 necrotic damage.
Is that? Let's see. Now, are these like they're hitting us?
Yeah, so basically these ethereal tendrils of necrotic energy lash out of her almost like tentacles and just start like thrashing everything in the area.
Awesome. I'm gonna use a reaction to use my uncanny dodge.
Yep, you can do that. Yeah, so
So-
that'll be just 4 for you.
Yes.
All right. So that is what she does. And then that's her turn. So, Aloro, you're up. You know now why I asked how far away you were backing up?
I indeed. Something has erupted, and this is dangerous. So I'll use the bow.
All right.
Fire off the bow.
Okay.
Was it
14 to
short?
hit.
14.
Or sorry, 17 to hit.
Oh, yeah, that hits.
Yeah, I took the short bow from that the leader
Mm-hmm.
for 5 points of piercing
Okay. All
and a
right.
second attack. 25.
That hits too. Yeah.
Only 4 points of piercing.
All right. This thing is pretty hurt, but not down. And at this point, perhaps responding to the noise of combat, this door on this end of the room slams open, and what you see at first emerging into the room is an enormous snake, like an actual snake. But then, as before your eyes, it transforms into a human body with just a snake head on it, like this.
Ooh.
Ah, well.
And so it charges into the room, and it actually it uses its action just to get there this time, but it clearly sees all of you now.
Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes?
Actually, he probably doesn't see me because that spot is filled with.
Yeah, so he basically charged into the room, and he's like right here. So he might, if you were only right here, he might see you just a little bit, but there are certainly other more available targets.
And thrashing arms.
Yeah, well, that was it was not an ongoing effect. That was a
Oh.
Oh, so just an instantaneous thing?
Oh.
Yeah.
I
yeah.
thought
It was
still there.
an attack. It did not persist.
Oh well.
Yeah, that spell is not ongoing.
So,
Yeah, so it charges into the room. That was its turn, and so that makes it Greg's turn. So now there is this first thing that entered the room that's looking pretty hurt, but also a brand new thing that just charged into the room.
awesome. So I'm going to move away from the new thing that came into the room
Yeah.
and behind the one that looks really, really hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And I am going to attack that
Yeah,
really,
you
really
emerged
hurt.
from hiding, so roll with advantage, and you do get sneak attack.
That would be a... that'd be a 19.
All right, 19 hits.
And the second one is a 14.
Okay. Yeah, that 14 just hits. But go ahead and roll the damage for that first attack.
That would be an 8 plus...
Yeah, I think your first attack's gonna kill this
Yeah,
one.
that'd be 8 plus 9.
Okay, yeah, your first attack kills this snake naga lady. So you still have your bonus attack if you wanted. I mean, I don't think you can. Your offhand
No.
attack, there's nothing else in range. So,
No, so
But yeah.
I will just I will.
so how do you finish this snake lady off?
So I would, since I'm behind her, decapitation, son.
She doesn't have. She has a headdress clearly designed to kind of evoke snake hair, but even though she doesn't have it, so you're like Perseus here. It's Perseus that fought Medusa, right? Or am I thinking? Can't. Yeah. Anyway.
We'll say,
Whoops,
we'll
what
say
did I
yes.
just do?
For
All right,
ease,
there we
for ease, we'll say yes.
Okay,
I just
so
didn't know if you-
yes, you have killed the Yonti Nightmare Speaker. She didn't get to use her main big thing because you guys finished her off pretty fast. Okay, so that is Greg's turn. So Sana, it's your turn. There's another thing that has entered the room. Your still imprisoned compatriots are having a really hard time being quiet now. They're really kind of just like, let us out, let us out.
A little busy.
Part of me wants to look for keys, but
There's an angry lizard.
But yeah, this snakehead guy is
yeah, let's
is
see.
and
I think I'm the
not
closest
happy
one.
with you having killed his, this other lady.
Little did we know it was his broodmate.
Well, I'm just gonna have a go at this guy. Somebody else look for the keys.
All right.
And all right. Oh, the first one is not going to hit. That's an 8.
Yeah, 8 misses.
And that one is a 16. And that one is a 17.
Okay. Those both hit.
Okay. So that is a 8 and 5 is 13.
Okay.
And hold on. Is Misty Step? It is a bonus action, so I am going to Misty Step with the R to the R in torture chamber.
Okay, so you were kind of up here when you ran up to him, and then you poof back to here.
Yeah.
Okay. So your third attack, or you didn't do your third attack, correct?
Well, one of them missed.
One of them missed, but your third attack uses your bonus action, doesn't
Does it?
Yeah. It still does use your bonus action.
Oh, okay. Then I guess I am not Misty Stepping.
right.
I'll stay right there and take it.
Yeah, okay.
It's not going to go well. I'm about to die, guys.
Well, yeah. So, Vandrian's next.
I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on Sam. So she gets a +2 bonus to her AC for the duration, which is like 10 minutes. And then for my bonus action, I'm going to cast... oh no, I can't do that. How close am I to that guy?
You were still kind of right here-ish, I think.
So
yeah,
I'm close.
so you are like... I think you're not currently in his melee range, but you could easily get there.
Alright, I'm going to charge up there and I'm going to take a whack at him with my mace.
Alright.
And probably not hit. That's a 13.
13 actually does hit.
Oh, sweet. And that's 6 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And that's it.
He hisses at you. Alright. That's his turn. The Nightmare Speaker is dead. She loses her initiative spot. Aloro!
Well, there seems to be a crowd, but I'm okay for the moment with crowds. I'm going to move around so that I'm on, I suppose, the southern edge of the fellow.
You, with your crazy speed, can easily do that.
Yeah. I've never had a character with 55 speed. I've played so many dwarves.
Monks, man.
Oh, man. I will reach and using my quarterstaff, I wish to assault this poor fellow.
Okay.
15?
15 hits. Yeah.
Okay. That is, whoops, using it double-handed. So that's 10 points bludgeoning.
All right.
And I would like to spend a key point for stunning strike.
Okay. What saving throw is that?
Con.
Yes. All right. That's only a 5.
He fails. He's now stunned till my next turn. The end of my next turn.
So you managed to get in there with a strike, and you just really kind of just clock him upside that snake head, and you see his jaw just kind of droops open, the long tongue's kind of just hanging out, and he kind of just goes glassy-eyed, and he's just like reeling a little bit, standing there. All right, so it's his turn, but he's now
finished.
Stunned.
I'm not finished yet.
Okay,
that was my first attack.
Yeah.
Now I make a second one.
Yeah.
Do I get advantage on that one because he's
stunned?
You do,
because he's stunned, yeah.
Double 16, so that didn't make a difference. That's a 22 to hit.
Okay, yeah.
An additional 9 points.
Okay.
And does he look bothered?
I mean, he's taken some damage, but he's still doing okay.
I will spend another key point for Flurry of Blows.
All right.
And at advantage, I guess, again, because he's still stunned. Double 3s doesn't matter. It's a 9. So his
9 misses.
Scaly hide.
Yeah.
But a 15?
15 does hit, yeah.
Okay. For an additional 6 points.
All right.
So yes, it's sort of a poke, thrust,
he's stunned until the end of. Is it?
Until the end of my next turn.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He's stunned. He's messed up.
Yeah, monks
So-
are nasty.
Yeah. So, Greg, it is your turn. This thing is stunned at the moment and has already taken some damage.
Well, then I'm going to move up and I'm going to hit him.
Yeah. Roll with advantage.
There we go. That is a 20, not natural.
That hits.
And because you roll with advantage, you get your sneak attack.
Correct.
Actually, because you were within 5 feet, I don't need advantage because you're distracting him.
You got it all, man.
Mhm.
Let's see. That is 6 points plus. Okay. Oh, 3 points damage. So a
All
total of 9.
Okay.
I rolled all ones on my sneak attack.
Oh, dear. Yeah, so happens sometimes. But, yeah, so he's pretty hurt, but and still stunned. So, but, Senna, it's your turn.
Well, I'm gonna hit him again.
All right.
With all 3. So he's stunned, so I'm rolling with advantage, yes?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so that was a 2. That's
So
not
he's
good.
not, like, paralyzed. He's kind of just reeling. He's just clearly, like, dazed and, like,
Yeah.
reaction time is pretty slow.
Well, then I rolled a 1 too. So okay,
Well,
next
that still
one.
misses, yeah. Well, okay.
Um,
No, you're rolling with advantage. So
Right,
one
but I have
would
3
miss.
attacks.
Right.
Right.
So they're all with advantage.
Right. Well, I rolled a 2, but then I rolled a 1, so it just
Okay, so if the first
Those
2
two-
attacks first 2 rolls were both a 2 and a 1, then yes.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And then
Okay.
the next one I'll hit. That was a 16 about 21.
Yeah.
And then that's 11 and 5, so 16.
Okay. Yeah, those both hit.
Yeah, I'm not gonna roll advantage on those because they hit. So there's not much point.
Well, they could be crits.
I guess that's true. Okay.
Well, I think those 2 rolls are probably the 2 rolls for your second attack.
Okay. Okay.
So that's 1 hit, and then go ahead and roll with advantage for your third hit
Okay.
or
So
third
that's
strike.
it's a 15 and 18.
Okay. Yeah, still hit. 2
So-
regular hits.
2 regular hits. And let's see, that's not very much. It's an 8.
Okay. 8 total.
Yeah.
He's not down. He's pretty wounded, but not down. He's looking real bad, though. Vandrian, you're up.
I'm gonna hit him with my mace.
All right.
That is a 19,
That hits.
and that's 3 points of damage.
3. He's not down. His eyes are starting to clear up a little bit. But he's very woozy and still he's looking really bloody now.
Did Sana, did you take a lot of damage?
I'm down to 24 of 41.
Okay, I will cast Healing Word on you at level 2 as my bonus action. So, that is 2 plus 49 points.
I will take it. Thank you very much.
Y'all.
All right. So, Alaro, you're back up, and you can see his stun is starting to clear away. He's still stunned mechanically, but starting to wear off. But he's also very, very hurt.
But I will make him more very, very hurt. First with my quarterstaff, double-handed. Double 19s, that's kind of neat. That's a
Okay.
25 to hit.
For sure. Yeah, that'll hit. And I think this is going to do it. So go ahead and roll damage. But
8 points.
yeah, that takes him down.
I'll take the opportunity to step further into the room that he was in just to make sure it's empty.
Okay. Yeah, so you feel a crunch in that last hit to his head, and he goes down. And so as you look into this room that's labeled Pure Blood Chambers, you see that it is, it is a bed chamber of some kind. There doesn't seem to be anyone else in there.
Can I search the lady's body to see if there's like a key for the cells?
You search her, and there are keys.
Okay. I will take them out and go unlock the cells.
I think in all of the excitement, the prisoners were not being super quiet anymore. They're still just like screaming to be let out because they were terrified that you guys were going to get killed and not be able to rescue them. So they're panicking a little bit.
All right.
Oh my God. Get us out of here! Get us
Okay.
out of here!
Calm down. We're gonna get you out.
Want to make a persuasion check?
Yeah. Natural 20 minus 1.
All right. Yeah. They calm down and they're waiting, and actually they're waiting patiently. The keys are unlocking them, and I think as they're a bit calmer and a bit more clear now, they let you know it's like, for all of us, Piper was the bravest. I think that's why they picked her.
We're gonna get her. We're gonna get her back. But I think you guys should go. We cleared the way.
They said she wasn't coming back. They said when we saw her again, she'd be different or dead.
Well, if we can save her.
We are all changed here. That is the point of this whole exercise. But perhaps in different ways than we expect.
What are you telling them to do?
I'm gonna look at Mara and say, "Do you remember the signs that I showed you marking the tree bark?"
Let's. I'm just trying to think. What check makes sense to sort of. Let's have you roll a survival check that you did actually teach her those specific traits.
Okay. It's a 15.
Yeah, I think that's enough. She kind of nods. Yeah.
If you follow those marks, I've left them going back. Do you find your way home?
Is it safe to get out?
It should be. We cleared the way.
Still, take these weapons. And there's the weapon that the Pure Blood was carrying, or the whatever was carrying, and
yeah.
If you find any others lying around.
Yeah, there was so both the snakehead guy and the Naga lady had scimitars, and
I give Mara the bow and arrow that I have.
Okay.
The short bow.
She takes it, and they look at you and say, "You saved us. Please save Piper too." And they you get sort of a round of hugs, but everyone's still really scared. But they do follow your instructions and leave, going back the way you guys came, hopefully to escape.
You can do it.
We'll have another little mini adventure sometime when we all play them and they all die.
Oh dear.
All right, so
thinking of our roles, that's all.
You guys have not heard any other sound, but the chanting that you were hearing has gotten sort of more frenzied.
We gotta get out of here, guys. Let's go find
We need
Piper.
to find Piper. I'd like to rest, but I don't have time.
Yeah, we don't have time.
Do we see anywhere that looks like there could be other stairs?
So what you see in this room is that the room that the Naga lady came out of is relatively small. There's no other exits from there. Likewise, this other bed chamber and the slave pen. So from this central room, there doesn't seem to be any way to go upstairs.
Okay. I want to backtrack through back out into the storage room and go down to the southern door.
All right.
And go into that room.
Are you guys being stealthy?
I'm not going to be stealthy.
I don't think we need to anymore.
All right.
We were loud.
Kick open the door.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but
So let's just we'll say that you guys are taking advantage of the fact that the chanting you were hearing is like really intense and like frenzied now. It's almost screaming, but it is clearly, a lot of voices. I'll say more than 5. I'm not saying 100. I'm just saying, like.
Boy.
It's not 1 or 2. I'm just saying. The point is, it's just when I say a lot, I want to just put that in perspective. But yeah, you guys make your way through their kitchen. It's empty, and then as you get to here, there does seem to be 2 sets of stairs that go upward, and then beyond at the end of the hallway is what seems to be perhaps a blacksmith armory area.
let's keep going up.
Yeah.
Going
All
up.
right.
And I would like to hide in the shadows as I go up these stairs.
Okay. I'm just looking at this map, and they clearly show 2 sets of stairs going up here, but then only one.
No, the shadow. You notice the shadow on those stairs?
Hmm?
One of those is actually going down.
Well, the arrows are the same on both.
Yep,
Yeah.
but the shadows are different.
Oh yeah, like the one on
Well,
the left.
but that's not how this map is designed, though. It has arrows that are intending to. It's,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Know where they go.
Weird.
Yeah.
You can't go downstairs. There's
Yeah.
no stairs. to
The
go
point
down.
is, there's no stairs on that level from the lower level either. There's
Yeah.
no. So, like, there was this set of stairs.
They don't
Actually,
correspond.
you know what?
No,
well,
we ended up on the wrong side. We can-
When you go up to the map, there's only that one that goes down.
Okay, the point is, I don't care. We're done with that. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Okay,
One
yeah,
behind.
I was wrong. Technically speaking, you guys should have come up on one of these. That goes up and this goes up. That's what it was supposed to be, but it's fine. We're done with that anyway. You guys are coming out right here. So you come out of these stairs, and there's another big hall in here. There's clearly an opening that looks out. It's like a window out on one of the patios on this level of the pyramid. But it's also empty here. There are rooms in each of the corners with closed doors, and also stairs that continue up to the next level, and that's definitely where the voices are coming from.
Keep going up.
Yep.
Yeah,
Keep going up.
All right.
Not
So
messing with-
you're not being stealthy, but they're also not paying attention to you, because as you reach up to the top of the stairs, as you're creeping up these stairs, you are now aware that you are coming up these stairs right here. This ritual is happening right in this room. That's where you hear them all, but it's clearly just from the sound of it coming to some kind of a climax.
I'm gonna go ahead and look around that corner. How many of them are in the room?
You look around the room and you see what looks like 6 of the human type, like that have like slightly scaly patches or whatever, but no other obvious snake features. There are 6 of them, but what they also have on this altar that's on this side of the room is they have Piper, bound with her arms and legs, and they are clearly forcing some kind of liquid down her throat.
How far?
So each square is 10 feet. So from the stairs, it's 40 feet. But you would have to go through them to get to her.
Not if I Misty Step.
Well, hey, you guys tell me what you're doing.
Is there like one that's holding the like?
Well, so she's tied down, but there
Mhm.
are also 2 of them holding her still, and one pouring this bowl of liquid down her throat.
Okay, I'm going to Misty Step to where the one holding the bowl is and stab them.
Stab the one holding the bowl.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and roll initiative right now.
Surprise, bitches.
Yeah.
I'm glad you did that because I was gonna throw my sword.
Yeah.
So that is a 17 for me.
That would be a 15 for me.
21.
16.
Monks and crazy dexterity.
16. Oops. Okay, and then they got 15. And hang on, I closed the wrong tab earlier, so now I have to search something again. Type. Here we go. Okay. Okay, so let me get everyone in order here. So we're still going to have Sana do her thing to kick it off, and so we're going to kind of treat that like that's... You guys are... That is an action that's happening, and then we're just going to do initiative order. No surprise round or anything. We're just proceeding from there. So you get that one Misty Step attack action against the one holding that, holding the bowl.
So do I get 2 stabs or just 1?
2, because it's the attack action.
Yeah. Okay. So that is a 17. And it's another 17. I rolled 2 12s.
All right, those both hit.
7 points for the first one. And 6 points for the second one. So 13.
Okay.
Want to take his arm off.
Well, unfortunately, you're not able to control it that much.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I would say that is enough damage that it certainly breaks their concentration of the thing that they were doing. It's not like they dropped the bowl or anything, but she is not actively forcing it down Piper's throat anymore. But now we're in initiative proper. You know what I think makes sense now that I think about it is I'm going to allow that you did that first, but like that's still your turn in this round. So we're going to skip where your initiative would be in this first round, and then you'll be back in regular order.
Okay.
Just because otherwise you're going to go twice in rapid succession. That doesn't make sense. Okay, but Aloro, you're next.
So they have finished or stopped pouring the things.
Their thing has been interrupted, but now Piper and Sana are surrounded by 6 of these things, and they seem to be very angry that their ritual has been interrupted.
And there are 6 of them. Are they spread out in the room, or real clustered
No, they were
around?
all clustered around that altar. So there were. So the altar is right here at the bottom of the the room, and so basically they were all kind of clumped around there.
Okay. Then I'm going to step into the room, reach back, and this is Mark admitting that I just kind of want to do this because I put this in the character sheet. But that would be cool.
Yeah.
As I reach back and grab a bent piece of wood and whip the boomerang at the person with the bowl.
All right.
I can declare
that was
inspiration.
kind of standing up on the altar.
Yeah, I can declare inspiration use later because I feel kind of inspired.
All right.
I want to see how this rolls. So that's a 13 to hit.
Okay, 13 does hit.
Okay, I'll accept the hit. For maximum damage again, 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay. Clunk.
And then I will move stride into the room.
All right.
And they all basically look the same, right? I mean,
yeah, they're all this same sort of human type.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. What's so funny?
All you Yankee look alike.
Yeah.
I was thinking more ritualists, but sure. There were
they
no obvious
like,
guards
yeah,
or
the
snake
distinguishing
people.
features they have for the most part are like they each have their own version of these slightly reptilian features. Like some of them have weird teeth. Some of them have scaly patches of different, colorations.
Yeah.
Some of them have the weird eyes and that sort of thing.
My point was there was like no obvious one like the slave master or
No,
the
no, no.
super
They all
guard
seem
or
to be sort
yeah.
of equal status.
Okay. Then I'm just going to whack at the one on the edge first.
All right.
Again, double-handed with the quarterstaff.
Mm-hmm.
That's only a 12.
All right. 12 does hit these unarmored
Oh,
humanoids.
max damage, 11 points.
All right.
And I will use my... I'm doing okay. I'm going to use my bonus action for an arm strike.
Okay.
For a 16 to hit.
16 hits, yeah.
7 points of
Alright.
bludgeoning damage.
All right. So we got the one that was holding the bowl, pretty wounded. Now one on the sort of the outside of this clump, also now pretty wounded. 4 more untouched. Sana, this is where your initiative would be, but we had you go earlier. So Vandrian, you're up.
I'm going to bonus action spiritual weapon right in the middle of the two holding her down and the one with the bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to hit the one with the bowl with my spiritual weapon.
Okay.
So that is a 16.
16 hits.
Okay. I did it at level 3, so it's 2d8. So that's 14.
Okay. Yeah, that one's almost dead.
Okay, and then for my action, I'm also going to cast Sacred Flame at her.
So did you Sacred Flame is fine, yeah.
Yep, it's a cantrip.
So she makes a dexterity saving throw.
Yep.
That's only a 5, so that's a fail.
So she takes 2d8. And that is 11 points.
So, as you strike out with the spiritual weapon that slashes her, she's clearly reeling. But then you draw on the spiritual energy within you, light and pure, like the spirits that you know and are familiar, and you reach out to this cultist doing some ritual to some dark and evil, unknowable spirit, and you burn her with holy fire. She screams as she collapses to the ground.
Dead?
Yeah, that one's
Yes. Good. So that bowl went down.
dead. Yeah, it clumps to the ground, and whatever was in it, some sort of black liquid, is splattered all over the altar.
Okay. Good.
By the way, Sana, you look down, and although you've halted what was happening, Piper is still clearly looking like very dazed, almost like drugged or charmed, and she's got like black liquid kind of like all down her chin and face, and so she's not looking great. But you did interrupt what they were doing. All right, so that was Vandrian's turn. It is actually their turn now. Sana, you're the one that's kind of right there. So I think 3 of them are going right after you. And they're making 2 attacks each. The first one makes 2 scimitar attacks, and that's double 5s, man. Okay, so both of those miss.
Just out of curiosity, has it been 10 minutes since I cast Shield of Faith on her?
I mean, we were kind of booking it through there.
Yeah, I'll say there's a little bit left, but it could wear off at any moment.
Okay, so you still have +2 to your
All right.
AC.
Yeah, so the first one that attacks you misses both times. The second one gets a 17 and a 19.
Only 1 hits.
Okay.
Has to be 18 or better.
Right. So that's 7 slashing damage, though. And then the third one makes its 2 attacks, and that's a 7 and a 14. So both of those miss. Well, one of them, would hit, but it's sort of deflected by the arcane, or not arcane, but the divine spiritual barrier protecting you. So the remaining 2, I think, are turning to Aloro, who has entered the fray as well. So the first one makes its 2 attacks. One is a 13, but the other is a crit. So the crit is 11 slashing damage.
Okay.
And then the second one, okay. I think, they're still doing this. I said it, so they'll do it. They have some other things they could do, but that's still what they're doing because I said it already. So the other one makes its 2 attacks, and one is a 12 and the other is a 21.
Oh, the 21 hits.
Mm-hmm. That's another 5 slashing damage.
Ouch.
Yeah. All right, so that's their turn. Greg, you're up. Oh, you're muted.
So I've got we've got 1 down, so we got 5 left.
Mm-hmm.
2 are attacking Alero.
2 are attacking Alero, 3 are attacking Senna.
Okay, and now they're all clustered around the altar.
Yeah, more or less.
Fireball.
Sadly, I do not have such a thing. And that
It
would
also
also
hit Sanaa and Piper.
Yeah. We know you'd be okay, Mr. Monk. Let's see. Don't need to hide. Well, needing to hide and wanting to hide are 2 different things. So I'm going to move up and hit one of the ones attacking Sana.
Okay.
But I'm going to use 1 longsword, so it'll be a D10.
Okay.
I'll use it with 2 hands.
Yeah, and I don't think they'd seen you yet, so the first attack's with advantage, and it would be sneak attack.
Alrighty, and just drop that on the floor. So I'll have to find me another D2 to go for damage.
Man, how much damage you doing? That sounded like 100 dice.
Well, it was funny. I had a D10 in my hand and I dropped it, and it's on the floor, and I didn't want to look for it. But yeah, that would be a 19 to hit.
Okay, yeah, hits.
And that would be a 8 points of damage.
All right.
Plus. Nice. That is 6, 6, and 5. So that's 17 points of sneak damage.
Very nice. Okay. Yeah, you hurt that one pretty bad. It's not down, but that was a lot of damage for it in 1 hit.
And then I will disengage and hide.
Okay. All right.
Well, actually,
where are you hiding? So you could kind of go around this corner, perhaps?
Is it bright? Is it bright enough to hide?
There
Is it
are
too bright to
shadows
hide?
in the various corners, but the center of the room is too bright. But you could hide in like around a corner.
Well, if they're how far can you disengage?
Well, your disengage, I think the way it works for you is, so if you had to use pretty much all your movement to run up to where they are.
Yeah, so I probably can't.
And so you have, I think, 10 feet, so you can move like 1 square. So I'm not sure you can. How about this? I'll let you make the roll, but it'll have to be a higher DC to successfully hide.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Risk it to get the biscuit. That would be a 20, not natural.
Okay, yeah, I think that's enough. You are pretty sure you're able to sort of slip into a pocket of shadow and use your natural gifts to vanish from their sight. All right.
Yeah.
So at this point, you all hear from the level below a hissing roar that sounds like something you don't want to mess with.
Okay.
But you don't see anything else happen at this time. But you hear something coming. But that brings us back up to the top of the initiative. Aloro.
Well, that's disturbing. Let's see. We still have 1, 2 here. Okay.
Yeah. So there's 5 total. 2 of them have taken some significant damage. The other 2 or other 3 are not damaged.
I will go after these two, one each. One blow each.
All right.
Quarterstaff, double-handed. Oh, that's only a 9.
9 misses.
And the other one, 22.
That hits. Yeah.
That's 8 points of
Okay.
bludgeoning damage, and let's see, what does that do for me? I have not played this class, and this combination is awesome. There's all kinds of things to remember. Okay, good. I can move away.
All right.
So I'm going to move around the corner. So Greg just attacked one and almost killed one of the ones that's on Sana.
Yes. Okay, yeah. So one of the ones that's around Sana, around the down here, is very hurt, and one of the two that was attacking you that are a little bit more like in the center of the room, is also very hurt. That's the one that you've hurt.
Okay. And Sana looks bad.
Well, yeah. She's also still surrounded, though.
It's true. I will take my bonus action. I'll move around. I'll take my bonus action and do a kick at the one that is most wounded by Sana.
Okay.
But that is only an 11.
All right. So an 11 does. Oh wait, no. 11 is actually their AC.
Oh wow. Okay.
These unarmored, not especially dexterous things.
5 points of bludgeoning damage.
All right. They take it. They're pretty hurt, but not down.
And now I'm going to move to the center of the room.
Okay. Sana, you're up.
How is she secured to this altar? Is it chains or ropes?
It's ropes, but the ropes are tied around like notches in the stone altar.
I was going to try to Misty Step her out, but I don't think I can do that. Okay.
Misty Step doesn't let you bring a person with you.
Yeah. Okay, so the one that's really hurt by me. So we've got one that got burned to a crisp. 5 more that are still up. Okay, the one that's hurt the most by me, I'm going to go after him.
Okay.
So first attack is a 17.
Hits.
And second one is only a 9.
Miss.
And the third one is an 18.
Hit.
So that is 5 and 6. So 11 points.
All right. So between those 2 hits, you kill that one.
All right. And if I move, I'm going to take an
Yeah.
opportunity attack. So
2 of them.
yeah. So I guess I'm going to just stay here.
All right.
Shield.
Vandrian.
I'm going to hit one of the ones near her with my spiritual weapon.
Okay.
That is
Are you-
a
Yeah. Okay. One of the ones near her. Neither of those, the 2 remaining near her, have been hurt before. So
right.
Yeah.
So that is a 19.
a 19 hits. Yeah.
I already got that. That is 11 points of damage.
Okay.
And then I'm going to toll the dead on the other one. So he has to make a wisdom saving throw.
So okay. So on the other one.
Yeah, the one that I didn't just attack.
Right. Okay. So that one hasn't been hurt yet. That's the only reason I'm asking.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right. He makes a wisdom saving throw. He gets a 12.
Okay, so that's a fail. So he takes 6 points of damage.
All right. Boom. And he holds his head, wincing in pain. All right. That was Vandrian's turn. It is now their turn. The 2 that are still around you, Sana, are definitely still going after you. And I'm going to say Shield of Faith is still in effect this round, but that's it.
Okay.
Okay, so that first one, it gets its 2 attacks is a 10 and a 7, so those are gonna miss.
Nope.
And then the next one, 22 and a 12.
One hits.
Yeah. And that's only going to be only 2 slashing damage for that one. Then the of the other 2, one of them. Alaro moved away from them, so they're charging back up to where kind of everybody is clumped now. And one of them reaches out her hands, and clouds of green mist poof out from her hands. And I need, let's see. Oh, okay, yeah. I think this one was, I was thinking of Acid Splash in terms of how this one works, actually. But, okay, so, I'm sorry, this is taking too long. Okay, they are, I also was doing some things that I should differently know. That's all right, I'll do them better now. Okay, it is, Alaro needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
16.
That's a success. So you take no damage as you feel you are able to hold your breath in time to not inhale any of this poisonous dust that she just tried to blow at you. But then the other one that you had been fighting, let's see. The other one looks at you and looks deep into your eyes and says, "Help us restrain your friend on the altar there." And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Is this a charm effect?
It is.
Okay.
So you do have advantage as your Fey
19.
ancestry. So yes, that's a success. You manage to repel the charm effect, and she looks at you kind of just stunned, like, how did you resist that? All right, so that's all of their it's all of the Yuan-Ti purebloods. Their turn. Greg, you're up.
So it was one of the ones fighting Alaro that tried to throw acid at people?
It was actually like poison dust, but yes. So
So
they're all
what-
now all in a clump. There's not really 2 separate groups anymore.
Awesome. So I'm just going to come out of the shadows at the one who threw the green stuff.
Okay.
And I will... Yeah, I'm still going to go with two-handed longsword.
All right.
That would be a 14.
Okay, 14 hits.
Nice. Nice. 11 points of damage.
Okay, yeah, that one is almost down. Reeling, you might say.
And that would be 5, 9, and makes that 12 points of sneak damage.
All right. Yeah, you killed that one.
And I will
That's cool.
I will disengage. Well, actually, I don't need to because they're dead, so I'll just
Right.
use my bonus action to hide again.
Okay. You do have to disengage. Well, no, you have the fancy footwork, so you don't.
Yeah.
Wait, so fancy footwork, does that only protect you against the enemy that you just attacked? Because there's others.
Let's see. Go down. Where did it go? Let's see. It's what is it called? It's called cunning action. I can take a bonus action during my turn to either dash,
Well-
disengage, or hide.
Well, so I think the fancy footwork is one where if you make a melee attack against a creature,
they don't
that
provoke it to come up.
creature. So you can use your bonus action to disengage or hide, But if you back away now, one of them gets to make an opportunity attack against you. So you can either disengage and not take that attack, but not hide, or you can not disengage, take the attack, which might miss, and then hide.
I will disengage.
All right, disengage. So you are not hidden, but you were able to back out of melee range without an opportunity.
Indeed. Which is fine. I only hide so I don't get targeted by things.
Sure.
As long as they're fighting someone else, I can still get.
All right, so at this point, though, that hissing roar that you heard emerges from the stairs, and this thing is 10 feet tall and looks like this. And when I say 10 feet tall, I mean like literally the part that, like as it is right now, its head is 10 feet off the ground. It is big.
So just to be clear, this one is different.
Yes. It's clearly the most snake-like of all the ones that you have seen. And it emerges, and it looks pissed. And it looks scary, and here's what it does. I think it charges into the room extremely fast. And let me think, I think Alaro's kind of closest to that staircase right now. So it's coming at you, and actually, here's what it does. I think this one, it's just coming at you with its constrict first. And so it tries to wrap itself around you. And it gets a 26 to
so
hit.
Close.
And so you take, 13 bludgeoning damage, and you are grappled by its snake body is wrapped around you, and now it's going to bite you, or attempt anyway. But it's got just grappled doesn't actually give you advantage, but so it's not with advantage, but it is trying to bite you. And it gets a 21 to hit.
So close.
And so you take 6 piercing damage and 8 poison damage.
I'm out.
All right, so all the rest of you see this gigantic thing slither into the room, coil itself around Alaro, bite him, and then his eyes roll back in his head and he goes limp.
No!
Infidels will pay for disrupting Dendar's ritual. So, that's his turn. And actually, let's see. Yeah, that's all he does. That's his turn. Okay, so Alaro, it's your turn, so I guess that's a death saving throw, please.
Natural 20.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
So, summoning this wild spirit within you gives you just a little bit of an edge, and you find yourself coming back to consciousness with 1 hit point. Not unconscious after all, but still grappled.
Now, I'm going to pretend to be still unconscious. Is that possible?
Make a performance. Well, it's not your turn. Well, I guess it is your turn, and you do make a death saving throw at the beginning of your turn, right? So
I don't remember
technically, you
being
do
around.
have an action. So you can make a performance check to try to appear to be still unconscious, if you like.
Let us hope this works. That is a 7. I'm going to spend my inspiration for an extra die.
Okay.
That is a 14. So it's not much more convincing, but at least a little bit.
Okay.
Maybe
You don't
he'll
know
let-
whether that worked or not.
Nope.
All right, Sana, your turn.
All right.
What is your
So-
passive perception?
Passive perception is 16.
You can tell that Alaro has actually come back to consciousness, but is playing possum.
Okay. So he's wrapped up by this thing, right?
Yep.
Is it like, do I have to move to get to that thing, or is it like right there?
Yes, and there's still 3 of these other purebloods in between you and it.
Okay.
Also, Piper is still tied to this altar.
Yeah.
And also, it's blocking the only way out that you know of. At least down to the stairs that you came up.
We could jump.
Right.
Okay.
So, yeah, you're in here. As far as you know, the only way out is down these stairs that you came in. But there are doors here and here.
So I'm looking at my character sheet, and I have the planar warrior thing.
Mhm.
But I
Just
also just saw, like, I have extra attack as one of my things. So I don't know.
extra
if I've been
attack
doing
is
this
just
one.
the thing that... No, it's just that when you say you get 2
Okay.
attacks per attack action, that's what extra attack is.
Okay, because it looks like a separate thing, but okay.
Well, it's a trait because not all classes have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But the planar warrior, I think, just lets you make some of your damage into force damage, which can...
Well,
overcome,
it
like,
also adds
resistances and
an extra 1d8 force damage.
stuff. Okay, well, I need to rely on
So-
you guys to know your
Yeah.
your own character. I can't...
Well, planar warriors is that. I'm just trying to decide who to go after. I don't want to take. I can't really. I'm just gonna go after the ones that are still on me. Like, and I'm just gonna let's see. What are they at? Like, do any look hurt? Like, they've all been wounded, right?
One of them is untouched. The other 2 have taken some damage.
Okay, I'm going after the untouched one.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And that is only an 8. And that is a 18. And that is a 21. So
Okay.
2 hit.
Yep.
6 and 8.
All right.
14.
All right. You slash it for 14. You do 14 amount of hurt to it.
Yep. That's
All
all
right.
I can do.
Yeah. Okay, so you do that, and that's your turn. Vandrian.
I'm going to attack the ones that are around Sana with my spiritual weapon. I'm going to get one of them.
Okay. You trying to hit what? Just random?
Yeah,
All right.
I mean, they're both injured, so...
Oh, there's 3, but yeah.
Well, yeah, all 3 of them have been
Okay.
hit. So that's 23 to hit,
Sure hits.
and that is 12. Yeah, that's 12 points of damage.
Okay.
And then for my action, I'm going to toll the dead on the big guy.
Okay.
So he has to make a wisdom saving throw.
Mm-hmm. That's a failure, but he has
Okay.
also not been hurt, so
Yes.
that version.
So he takes 8 points.
Oh wait, hang on. He gets. I always keep. This is what I keep forgetting is that all of these guys are supposed to have magic resistance, so they get advantage on all their rolls against these sorts of things.
Okay.
But he fails again anyway. So
Okay.
what was the damage?
8.
What?
8.
8. Okay. All right. He looks mildly irritated.
Didn't
Okay.
drop a laurel.
Yeah. Okay, so I think all of these purebloods are still trying to take Sana down. They're all going after you now. So the first one, and so no more Shield of Faith. That is fallen now. Well, that one is cocked. So that's a 9 and an 8 from the first one.
Nope.
An 8 and a crit from the second one.
Ouch.
Yeah. So that's still only 6 slashing damage. But then the third one, that's a 9 and a 22.
One of those hits.
And that's 4 slashing damage.
So y'all are away. I'm down to 14.
All right. Yeah. And I think at this point, Piper is like her eyes are starting to clear a little bit, and she's not really you can maybe kind of be aware that she's kind of just coming out of it enough to say, "Wait, what's happening?" All right, Greg, you're up. The big guy has got one of your fellows grappled, and 3 of the others have got another one of your fellows surrounded.
So, and how do they look? How do the ones surrounding Sana look?
One is more hurt than the other two. Both are the other two are hurt a little bit.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to move over, and I'm going to, as I move, I'm going to take out my other longsword, and I'm going to hit the really injured one first.
Okay. Yeah, so you're not hidden, but they are very much engaged with an ally, so you have advantage for that reason.
Alrighty. Would a 14 hit?
Yes.
Oh, that makes me much happier. Definitely thought I was not going to hit. Let's see. So that is 5 points plus. Oh, that's good. 12 points. So 17 total points.
Yeah, you kill that one.
Awesome. So is
stab her through the back.
So now are they within? Are the other ones, since they're closer together, within 5 feet?
Yep.
Yes. So that's so the second attack my bonus action will be that second attack on another one.
Mm-hmm.
Would a 10 hit?
10 misses.
Well, that's it for me. I'm in
All
the
right.
flame. I'm in the fury now.
Okay. So this this enormous snake creature that has entered the room shouts at all of you and says, "The rest of you are weak. Dendar has sent these invaders as a test for me." And he drops Alaro to the ground, but then slashes at him with his giant scimitar. And that's a 17 to hit.
Yeah, that is.
All right, and that's going to be, well, you only have 1 hit point, but we might as well roll it anyway. And it would be, it was actually max damage, which was 16 slashing damage. So
That beats my 1 left, so yes.
And then it moves forward to make 2 more scimitar slashes, one at Greg and one at Vandrian. So against you, Greg, it is 24. And that's going to be...
That hits.
Yeah, that's 8 slashing... Wait, no, hang on. I'm making sure I'm rolling this properly. Yeah, 8... No, I'm sorry, 10 slashing damage.
Ooh.
And then against you, Vandrian, the roll there is 15.
That's a miss.
Okay, so it misses on that one. All right. That is its turn. Alaro, I guess another death saving throw.
You know, this could happen again.
Good.
Or I could throw it on the floor. That was just dumb. I should probably have actually watched it. But it is a success. I rolled a 12.
Great. All right. So, Sana, this is not going well.
No, it's not.
This thing looks pretty tough. You might want to consider that.
don't know what to do here. Can I use my 2 attacks to slash at her ropes?
Yes, and you won't have to make rolls for that. If you want to just have your action be use your sword to cut her free, you can do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay. You do that.
Maybe we should have let the kids come with us.
All right. So Piper is now cut free. She's starting to come around a little bit. She still looks pretty disoriented, but she's like, when you cut her free, she does kind of like reach up and like start to like hold her wrists. She's not just limp and stunned anymore. Okay, Vandrian, you're up.
I'm going to bonus action crack one of those 2 remaining guys with my spiritual weapon.
Mm-hmm.
That is a 13.
13 hits.
And that is 12 points of damage.
All right.
And then for my action, I'm going to spare the dying on Aloro.
All right.
So he's stable.
You reach out with your connection to the spiritual energy, and you find where the spark within Aloro is flickering, and you use your power to stabilize him.
That's all I got.
Okay. It is the Pureblood's turn. I think you you have one of them still slashing at you. Oh, so now, she's away from the keyboard for a second. But the other one is going to turn back at you, Vandrian, who heard it with a spiritual weapon just now, and make its 2 attacks against you.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 12 and a 14.
Both missed.
And then one was against you again, Sana. And that, it's a natural 1 and an 8. So, yeah, they're having a hard time right now. Their rolls are actually not very good right now. So they're slashing at you, but not being very effective at the moment. So, Greg, you're up.
Okay. I'm hurting very badly.
Before you make a turn, I will let you make a perception check. Sorry, I should have said this before I had you start your thing.
There you go ahead, because I would say that would be I think that's gonna be over a 20. Yeah. So hold on, double check that just in case. Yeah, that would be a 21.
In, looking around kind of in desperation, because this enormous thing that has come into the room is so, dangerous looking, and you're panicking a little bit, but as you glance around, you realize that at the bottom of this little alcove, where, you were hiding before, like one of the places you thought about looking to hide, you see right here what looks like the inside of another secret door that might go outside.
More locked doors. But
well,
since
but
I'm on
this
the
is the
inside
inside.
of this door,
Yeah. So
can I open that door?
Well, yeah. If you want to use your action to run over there and try it.
I would actually.
All right. Well, I'll say since you are using your action to do so, but you find that from the inside there is no lock mechanism or trap, and you are able to push it open. It scrapes open, and you are all sort of briefly wince at the bright sunlight coming in from outside, and so you are just below the top of this pyramid temple. So as you emerge, you guys are right here. And so you're definitely, high up, but it does go to the outside.
Right. So I yell this with as much enthusiasm as possible. Guys, get Piper. Let's go.
Yeah. And I think you all see that the sunlight streaming in through that door as well. All right, so that is Greg's turn. So it is now the Abomination's turn, though. And it slithers away. It actually, I think, is going to. Yeah, let me think. What does it do? I think it's going to look to you, Greg, and say, "I suggest you stay right here." And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, but it's a charm effect because you have Fey ancestry, you have advantage. So, wisdom saving throw with advantage.
19.
19. You feel for a moment this sort of mystical daze pass over your vision where you realize, oh, I better do what he says. But then you're like, what? No, that's stupid. And you shake it off. And he hisses at you. All right. That's his turn. Aloro, you're up. So another death saving throw. Oh wait, no, you're stable.
No, I'm stabilized.
Right.
So
Stabilized,
I literally have nothing left to do.
Yeah. So not your turn. You're still unconscious. But Sanaa, it's your turn. And so you have Piper freed, and you see where daylight is streaming in. But there's also still these 2 purebloods that are sort of in between where you would need to go, and the abomination in the center of the room that's kind of between you and Aloro.
I don't have any healing abilities, so I cannot help Aloro. How do these 2 guys look that are standing in my way?
One's pretty hurt. The other one is only very minor damage.
All right. I'm gonna go for the guy that looks pretty hurt and try to cause enough of a distraction for Piper to maybe think about.
She doesn't look like she can walk on her own. Like, she could maybe do it with help, but not by herself.
Okay.
So, like, she needs, like, an arm over someone's shoulder.
Yeah, okay. Alright, well, I'm gonna take out this guy.
Alright.
Or try to, anyway.
Yeah, he's gonna try. Yeah.
Okay. So that is a 19.
Mm-hmm.
And that's an 8. Rolling a lot of 3s tonight. And that is a 15.
Okay, the two of those hit, yeah. I know we're going late, but thanks for sticking around, everyone. This is good stuff.
So that's an 8 damage and a 4 damage. So
Okay.
12.
All right, it's not down.
Ugh.
It's almost down. It's very injured, but not quite.
Okay.
All right, so are you going to try to move at all, or?
Well, I would have to stay and help her.
Well, I'm saying, like, you can move at half speed, bringing her with you. But right now, those 2 purebloods would get opportunity attacks.
Yeah, no, I can't afford that.
Okay, well, I mean, they're going to each attack you twice if you stay where you are. So, I mean, up to you, but...
Oh, okay. We'll give it a shot. I'll try to help her out.
So they're each making 1 attack of opportunity against you as you are moving towards the door. I think with your movement speed...
I have 35 to
right.
get a little extra.
Yeah, so 35, and you were... Where's
right by the altar.
Yeah, hang on. So you were right here. So it's... basically at half speed. I'll say you can like get to like the threshold of the secret door, but not outside. But also these 2 guys take their swipes at you on your way. And one rolls a 12 and the other a 7. So neither of them hit you as you're dragging her towards the door.
Luck be an elf.
Right?
Yeah, well, you guys are not safe yet, so keep your fingers crossed. All right, Vandrian, it's your turn.
I'm going to use my last level 1 spell slot and cast Healing Word on Aloro.
Mm-hmm.
So he gets... Oh, nice. He gets 8 points of healing. I rolled a 4. That's like great.
Very nice.
And then I'm going to take a whack at one of those ones that's almost dead with my spiritual weapon.
Okay.
And that is a 17.
That hits.
And that's 11.
Yeah, you
15
kill that
points.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's only one pure blood left, and then the abomination, which is really looking still pretty good.
What could I help Aloro get up and start moving towards the door?
Right now the abomination is between you and Aloro.
Okay. I don't want to leave him because he's only got like 11 hit points.
He has however many you just gave him.
Yeah.
He was coming from 0, so it should have been max, right? Did you
Yeah.
do the... Yeah, okay.
So I'm gonna
Yeah.
start.
So you're going to take an opportunity attack from the abomination kind of no matter what you do at this point.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm alright. Unless he's
If you're
gonna
moving
like.
anyway. Unless you
Yeah,
stay
I'm
where
gonna
you are.
move. I'm gonna move my full movement towards the
Towards
door.
the door? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so you get one opportunity attack, swipe from the scimitar. Does it make sense that he could do the bite as an opportunity attack? I think it is a melee weapon attack. I think that is what he does.
Okay.
So that's a 15 to hit.
Misses.
All right, lucky you. He snaps out at you with his fanged mouth, but you are able to get past him and make your way to the secret door, and you can see the sunlight. You're almost there. All right, so that makes it only one pure blood left. I think that he is running off to try to stop you guys from escaping, but let's see, I'm trying to think who would be the most... I think he attacks Vandrian, who's kind of the most, like, on the outside of that clump near the door. And that's 2 2s that he rolls on his 2 scimitar attacks. That's going to be 2 misses.
That does not hit.
And then the abomination says, "Please, you're embarrassing yourself." All right. That leaves it Greg's turn. So you had managed to open the door and call to everybody. Aloro's not here, but he does seem to be awake.
So I am going to. Is Aloro's within 5 feet of him, correct?
Yeah, Aloro is within 5 feet of the abomination, but like on the other side of the abomination from you.
No, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw one of my long swords two-handedly at the abomination and scream, "Aloro, get up, let's go!"
All right. So the longsword, two-handed, is not really thrown, but what I will allow is because you would have advantage, I'll let you make a regular attack roll. So the advantage is canceling out the disadvantage, but
That's
you
fine.
can throw it.
I'm sacrificing one of these trusty long swords for you, my fellow. Alrighty, let's see. Okay. That is a 17.
17 hits.
Ah, this thing. Okay.
I'll even let you do sneak attack damage just because it is so astonished that you so successfully threw a longsword at it.
Hey, Lilith. To
A
be fair,
two-handed throw of a
hey,
longsword.
technically, as long as an enemy was within 5 feet, and if he was unconscious, I wouldn't count him as an enemy because he was unconscious. But he is awake.
Right, but a longsword is not something you're allowed to be a thrown weapon. So I'm giving you sneak
All
attack
right.
damage. I'm just
So
saying
that
this
is-
is an unlikely occurrence.
9 for damage, and then sneak attack. Come on. Oh, that's not good. 7 points of sneak damage on top of the
Okay.
9. 16.
All right. So it's not out of triple digits yet. I'll tell you guys that.
Oof.
Run away!
Yeah. But you strike it and get it's astonished at that tactic that you just used and is like, who throws a longsword? Really? I gave that guy two silly voices, ruining the whole tone of this. All right.
I can only think of Cobra Commander.
I was once a man. All right. That was Greg's turn. Are you moving? Are you heading on your way out?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So as you exit the door, what you find is you have essentially two options. There is a 20-foot drop down to the next level, or you can attempt to climb onto one of the stairways that goes more easily down. So one requires an athletics check, the other requires a 20-foot drop, and I'll let you make an acrobatics check to reduce damage.
I'm gonna take the climb because
Okay.
I have it.
All right.
It's safe that way.
Athletics or acrobatics, either one is fine.
Awesome. I will take acrobatics because that's
Okay.
higher.
All right.
Whew, 21.
All right, yeah, easily. Not only that, you hop up there and you know that if you hang out there to give people a hand, everyone else will have advantage.
Like the wounded elf I'm carrying.
I've got my hand out. Let's go.
Yeah, okay. So that's your turn. It is the Abomination's turn. I think its attention is focused away from you, Alaro. So it's not looking back at you. It's looking at the spellcaster that is ruining its plans. And so I think it's coming after you, Vandrian.
They threw a sword at it. It's very upset. Like,
Yeah.
what?
And in Vandrian, it's going to try its constrict on you.
Okay.
And that's a 21 to hit.
That hits.
That is gonna be 12 bludgeoning damage, and you are grappled.
Okay.
And now it's gonna try to bite you. But it only rolls a 9. So it's got you grappled, but you are able to, I don't know if you have a shield, but like you're able to fend off its bite.
Yeah, I do have a shield.
Yeah. So you bat away its fanged mouth as it tries to bite you, but you are nonetheless still trapped within its coils. All right. Alaro, you're up.
Yeah, I'm up. It's weird. I didn't expect that. Okay. Okay, so it's moved out towards the edge.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, I stand up and shake myself out, get limber again.
Mm-hmm.
And I attack him with the spear, with the thingy-me-bob. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Your
It's
staff?
late. Thank you.
Yeah.
I order my staff to attack him.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 17 to hit.
Hits.
Excellent. Let's see. That is probably inconsequential for damage, but that's okay. We'll do it anyway. 7 points of damage.
7 hits, or yeah, 7 damage. yeah.
And I spend a key point
Okay.
for a stunning strike.
All right. So that's a Constitution saving throw from Big Snaky here.
Yep.
That's a 21, I'm afraid.
It was always a chance. I will take the second attack against him.
Yeah.
For a 15 to hit.
15 is just what you need to
For
do
another
damage through his
4
scaly
points.
hide.
Another 4 points.
Yeah. He is now below triple digits.
Well, there we go.
Mhm.
And I will spend my last key point for another stunning strike.
Okay. Another Constitution saving throw. 15?
Nah, 13 was the threshold.
Oh well. That would have been cool. Afraid not, unfortunately. He's a little too tough for you.
Yeah. I will
His
do my
ascended
last attack.
snake-like form has given him unnatural resilience.
Yeah, I will have to do my last attack. I kick him.
All right.
Swing around for a back kick. Natural 20.
Nice. There we go.
At least there's that. Unfortunately, I'm all out of key points, so that doesn't help.
Because it's cool, I'm going to say your natural 20 gives you one more key point.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, I will do the 8 points of damage, and I'll spend the new key point on another stunning strike.
All right, one more. Let's see. Oh no, there's still a 19.
Yeah, I really can't do much else. So
Yeah.
I will stay there and block the way so that he can't pass through this passage.
Okay, so
And
you
the rest can
move
go.
to where you're between him and no, because he had Vandrian grappled though.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think you don't have any way to protect her in this way, but you could.
No,
stop him
I'm
from
protecting
going
the
after
rest from getting out.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Greg's already out. Sanaa and Piper have a clear path.
Okay.
All right, that is Aloro's turn. Sanaa, you and Piper are at the threshold, but Vandrian is grappled. And Aloro seems to be staying behind to help her. Or
Is
protect
there
something.
is there any way I can help break the grapple? Like I don't.
You would need to make an athletics check, but you would need to put Piper down to do it.
Yeah. Need to protect pulling in two different directions. Okay.
Why would the uncaring gods of this universe force so many difficult choices on you?
Damn it. I can't. I just want to leave my friends behind. Well, not really. We just kind of met, but we've bled together. Okay, I'm gonna have to keep on going out with Piper. That was the mission. That was what we came to do.
Yeah.
And I'm going to help her get up to the stairs.
All right. Yeah. So I would say with your movement and your action, you are still on the platform and not on the stairs, but you have handed Piper up between you and Greg. You've gotten her onto the stairs. So she's now up on the stairs with Greg. You're still on the platform below.
Okay.
All right. Vandrian, it's your turn. You're grappled. You can attempt to make an athletics or acrobatics check to break the grapple.
I will do that. Yeah, and I didn't. It's like a 3. I'm going to use my bonus action to hit him with my spiritual weapon.
All right.
And that is probably not going to hit. Oh, no, 16.
16 hits.
Yeah. So that is 12 plus 4, 16.
All right. That's
And I'm going to tell Aloro to go. Get out. We got what we came for. Just go.
Oh no. Okay, that's Vandrian's turn. The one pureblood remaining is chasing Sanaa out. Wait, no, I guess it would probably find Aloro. So I guess would attack Aloro on the basis of you're blocking the way out to the platform.
Yep.
But that's only a 7 and a 12 to hit. All right, so that's that guy's turn. Greg, you're up. You have Piper with you. You have Sanaa on the platform just below you.
So, can I? Oh, man. How does Piper look?
Piper is she is very weak, but she is a little bit more mentally present now.
Can you get down these safely?
Yes, I think so.
Get going. Your compatriots should be somewhere in the woods heading back, so I'm pretty sure they'll be sending a team in behind them. But I can't leave my compatriots.
Right. So she's having to do the like one hand sort of on the railing, like one leg on each step at a time. Slow but able to move, and she starts her way down there.
And I'm going to go back down to the platform with Sana.
Okay. I think you could have said that as a free action, so if you want to do something else with your action, you still can.
Well, I've only got one sword left. I'm going to move up. Well, then I'll move up behind Aloro.
Yeah, so yeah, if you move up to the threshold, I think you find Aloro there and the one pure blood. I'll let you attack that guy if you want.
Awesome.
He definitely does not see you coming.
Nice. That is a 19.
Hits.
And that's 2. Nice. That is 10 points.
All right.
And then so that would be 10 points of sneak damage.
Okay. Yeah, that guy's pretty hurt now.
Whew.
All right. And the you'd say the abomination has taken some significant damage now too. It's very tough, but you can see evidence of your damage to it. But it's also extremely dangerous. So.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So that's Greg's turn. It is the abomination's turn now. It is going to tighten its coils around you, Vandrian. So it makes another attack, but with advantage. Yeah, that's a 24 for its crushing you more with its coils. And that's 7 bludgeoning damage.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's going to try again to bite you. You are actually restrained, so it does have advantage. But so is this 17 hit?
That's my armor class.
17 hits. So that's going to be 10 piercing damage.
I am unconscious.
Okay. Well, and more poison damage, but it's, that's gravy. So it bites Vandrian, and her eyes close, and she falls limp within its clutches. All right. That is the abomination's turn. Alaro, you're up. Got Greg at your side, a very wounded pureblood there, but your cleric friend who saved you is now where you were once.
Do I see her spiritual weapon drop? Is that concentration?
I think, oddly enough, spiritual weapon is not concentration, so I think it does actually sort of just droop in midair. Like, it's not being commanded right now, but still technically present, which is just a weird mechanical effect.
Turn slightly to Greg just over my shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Did the little one, Piper, did she get free?
Yes.
Then I shall see Vandrian in another life.
And I pull the door closed and back out.
Ah! Okay. So, wait. So you're backing out inside. You're leaving Vandrian behind. Is that the idea?
Yeah.
Or okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, Greg, do you cooperate with that?
Oh man. Let's see.
I'll buy you another sword.
Can I take one last swipe at the other pureblood?
Yeah.
Alrighty,
Sure.
I'm gonna take a swipe at the pureblood, and I will also too withdraw.
Okay.
16.
All right. 16 hits. This is not sneak attack though. This is like an opportunity attack.
Yeah. That is a 7 points damage.
All right, it's not down.
Ah,
It's very hurt. It couldn't take another one of those, but so pull the door closed. You probably have most of your movement left still, Aloro.
Oh yes.
Mm-hmm. Are you
We-
running
we
to
must
hop up
go.
onto the stairs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, no. I'm just going to run down and leap off the edge.
Okay, you can do that. So it's a 20-foot jump down to the next level down.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Acrobatics?
I think you can do just the slow fall. So like the damage would be it would
You
be
can-
7.
Yeah.
So if you
No
can
problem. I
reduce
just
that,
tuck
yeah.
and roll.
Mm-hmm.
I can absorb up to 25 from
Yeah,
that,
in fact,
so-
with your level of movement, you could probably also make another jump down to the next level down.
Okay.
So that one would be 6 damage to absorb, which I think you can also do, right?
Well,
don't
I can
know if-
only absorb it from one fall.
Okay, well, so I don't know if you want to do both then. So it would be 6 damage to jump down to the next.
Well, could I
on
use
the same-
acrobatics to roll to not take damage from it, and then if I do
Yeah,
take damage,
I guess so. You know what? Let's not belabor the point. You can do it fine. You're an agile sort of fellow. All right, so
I've already
you have-
sacrificed a crew member. What else can I do?
You came out of this level, jumped down to here, and then down to here. So you are currently like right there. And you see Piper has made started to make her way down the stairs there as well. And Sana, I think, is still on this level, and so is Greg. But I think Sana, you see Aloro and Greg come out and pull the door closed without Vandrian. So it is your turn now.
Where's our cleric? Where's Vandrian? What happened?
She is already gone.
she didn't. I think the poison took her.
Kind of look at Piper slow going, and I'm gonna clamber up there and help her. Just, I mean, there's
Go ahead and make acrobatics or athletics. I mean, it's not a high DC, but you know.
athletics is higher than proficient. But maybe not so much when I roll a 5. So it's 9 total.
Okay, yeah,
Not graceful.
No, it's not. In fact, actually, I don't think you quite make it this turn. You do one of those awkward things where, like, you try to climb up, but your foot slips down, and you kind of end up just like scraping your nose down the side. You're like, oh.
You are wounded. You are wounded.
This has been a long day.
I don't
Yeah.
understand. We're all born with the same number of limbs, but some can't use them.
Vandrian, make a death saving throw.
If you roll a 20 now, I'm going to feel terrible.
15.
If she rolls a 20, then you'll feel terrible.
Well,
Okay,
I'll feel
so
worse.
15. So that's a success. All right. The pureblood is going to push the secret door open and then stand to the side because he's wounded enough. He's not going out to fight anymore. Greg, you are halfway down this temple. Are you just proceeding to the bottom?
Yeah, I'm gonna get on those stairs and
Or I'm sorry. Yeah, so that was Greg. Sorry, I got confused myself for a second. You
Yeah.
are, yeah, Greg. You're like up here.
Yep, I'm gonna get on those stairs and I'm gonna boogie down.
All right, want to try that acrobatics or athletics?
If you get high enough, can you help me?
Oh, that's an 18.
Yeah, you're fine.
Can I assist her once I get stable?
Yeah, so if you stay where you are, she can get advantage on her turn. All right.
That's fine.
The abomination emerges from the secret door.
Oh God!
You see it without Vandrian in its clutches, and it's heading straight for you, Sana, because you're not quite there yet. It doesn't. Let's see. It doesn't quite get all the way to you. And so it pulls out a longbow, and it's going to fire 2 arrows at you. One is a 20 to hit, and the other is a natural 1.
Break a strict. Break a strict.
Why I'm bothering with this? I have 1 Misty Step left. I should just get the hell out of here.
You have a Misty Step left?
Yes, I completely forgot.
Oh my god, okay.
Come on! I could have got away!
Well, first, before anything else, you're going to take 10 piercing damage from that arrow.
God.
And
I don't want to die.
12 poison damage.
I'm dead. Bye.
Unconscious, anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, an arrow strikes her shoulder, and her kind of goes woozy, and then drops to the ground.
In my arms? In my arms?
No!
You're up top.
You're on the stairs. Yeah, like you're on the stairs up here. She's on the platform.
Son of a bitch.
So the abomination is kind of only at the corner, though. So it's still like it only got to like 20. It got to 20 feet like away. Okay. So that was the abomination's turn. Aloro.
Man, making it easy here.
Hot foot it back up the stairs.
Oh, God.
Up to you.
So she's unconscious on the edge of the stairs.
Although, no, well, she didn't make the jump up get onto the stairs, so she's on the platform here.
Stupid.
And,
Right beside the thing.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm not sure you would have seen that happen. You might have heard that. Maybe you would hear Greg going, no!
Yeah, man. I do not want to be the sole survivor.
This is what Santa gets for forgetting she had a second Misty Step.
Yeah, really. Yeah, really.
Got away. We would have been fine.
Second Misty Step might have come in handy at some point, yeah.
I'm not used to playing a range, I've never had this before.
So, God, and I can't carry you. I can, however, maybe. I turn back and see that she's kind of slumped. She was climbing the thing and now is gone and is not visibly anywhere there, so I know something bad happened.
And I'll say you heard Greg, like, maybe cry out.
I will turn.
Because he's been reaching out for her when she got hit by the arrow.
Yeah. Step onto the stairs.
Uh-huh.
And then run up. When I see her, grab her and just drag her off the shelf with the rest of my movement.
So I'm going to... you're so fast that just for flavor, I'm going to say you're not even using the stairs. You're like running up this sloped side of it.
Sure,
You're
sure.
just sprinting up there. And then I'll say you use your action to drag her off the side. Now, what I'm going to say this does is... she's going to take the fall, which is going to be one failed death saving throw, but you are pulled, like you pull her like out of the range of like the immediate vicinity of this thing.
I'm getting into just like I managed to get her. Ooh, what's that goopy mess you're holding on to? There were some bumps along the way. Oh dear. Okay.
Yeah. So you pull her off. So that's one failed death saving throw, Senna, as you are.
It's not possible to do that gently. I take it.
How, if you can explain to me how that would work?
Well, I can drag her over to the edge where the stairs are and just slide her down the edge of the stairs. You can step onto these stairs.
No, you can't just step on. I was making everybody make an athletics or acrobatics check to
but
get
where
up there.
The bottom of the ramp on each level is even. You can just step over.
No, but it's not, because it like the part where it's even is like extends several feet.
Oh, okay. All right. I will try to drag her
Like
more
the
towards
closer
the
to
stairs.
the edge of the platform you are, you don't have to climb as high, but you're also close to the edge of where you are. So if you fall, you fall.
Okay.
Or now, are they taking a fall?
Well, I thought that's what Alara was saying. So
If I roll with her, can I absorb the damage?
I will say yes.
Okay.
You have to take the damage. but you can prevent her from taking the damage. You can
Well, can I
essentially
use
drag
my,
her off and break her fall.
Can I use my my reaction for slow fall? Because the point of that is, I think you're rolling with it. Like there are people that jump off 50-foot cliffs.
But you've got a dead weight person that you're trying to drag along with you.
All right. No, I can't take the damage. It would put us both at. So
how close are they to me?
So I think that he's basically running up, I was assuming, to where you are. So you guys are really only about, like, maybe 10 feet from where she's laying on the ground.
So can I have inspiration from the fact that this dude was away, came back to save a comrade?
You know what? Yeah, okay. But the inspiration will mean that you get advantage on a roll on your turn, but it's still Aloro's turn.
Okay, good.
Kind of trying to resolve what Aloro's action is. Sprinting back up the stairs, getting to that point, and sort of you can like hop down to where she is, but then you've got an unconscious person. And your slow fall thing is pretty like calibrated. Like you can go to 0 damage for yourself, but carry a person on your shoulder. I think that's hard to justify. How about this? You can make an acrobatics check, but I'm looking for 20 or better to do no damage for either of you.
I'll try that.
Aim for the stairs. I could help you on my next turn.
Well, the other option is I can move and then wait for your action. Basically, put myself in place.
Yeah. If you ready, so essentially, how about this? If you run up to where she is, you can kind of hitch her up and like hand her up to Greg. And so on his turn, Greg will be able to take her from you up onto the stairs.
Okay, let's do that.
And then you will there be on the platform.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So question.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the abomination in the
It's like 20
level.
feet away from where this is happening.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, who's next in action though?
So right now it's Aloro's turn. The abomination is at the end of the initiative. So basically everybody gets to go before the abomination right now.
Okay, good.
So I have or have not failed a death saving throw.
You have not. So we retconned that didn't happen. All
Okay.
right. So Aloro has jumped down to where Sana is, picked her up, and is lifting her up to be taken by Greg.
Sure.
All right. Sana, now you're making a death saving throw.
And I need a 10 or better, right?
You need a
Yes.
20. Get a friggin' 20.
20 would wake you up, which would be very helpful.
Yeah, that would be very helpful, but
It's 5% chance.
it's just a straight roll?
Just a straight roll.
Just a straight roll. It's a 9.
Alas, that's one failure.
Jeez.
Vandrian?
Death save?
Yep.
Natural 1.
Oof.
Okay, so that's 1 success and 2 failures. All right. The one pureblood that was remaining by the door, I think, is basically just kind of watching through the doorway and kind of saying, "You can do it. I'll stand here." He's not actually saying that because he knows he would be destroyed for it, but that's his kind of passive demeanor. All right. And so, Greg, it is now your turn. You can accept Sana's unconscious form from Aloro. And so now if you want to carry her down the stairs, you can do so at half speed. So if that's what you're doing. I'll say you have an action. It wasn't your action to accept her, but carrying her obviously limits some of what your choices are.
All right, so okay. All right, so I will take Sana.
Mm-hmm.
So now, this is going to sound real crazy.
Okay.
I would like to take a bonus action with inspiration to push Aloro to the next level.
Okay. Well, all right.
I wonder because he's right. Because if we are right at that little edge where the platform is, and he's right on there, he was handing her up to me. Then I could maybe jerk like. I'm not strong enough to pull him with her, so I can only say that it would basically be a touch attack to push him off the thing and hope that his monk skills can save his
All
life.
right. Okay. I will offer this. You can do a shove, and I would imagine that Aloro would not be resisting this, so I wouldn't make you have to make a roll like to connect. But I think if you're doing that while holding Senna and you're kind of reaching down, I think I need an athletics check to hold on to her and not fall yourself. Acrobatics would be okay. Acrobatics would be all right too, because it's like a balance thing.
That's awesome. I'm good at acrobatics, and I also have more hit points than
the
both.
risk here is that you and Sana also both fall down to the next level.
Alrighty, so would
this imaginary inspiration you have, is that what you're looking for?
Would that be okay? So 18?
18's fine. Yeah, you're good.
Huh.
All right, Aloro, you were handing Sana up to Greg, and he kind of flips around and like kicks you in the back of the head with his leg, shoving you, like not damaging, but knocking you off balance to go down to the next level. But if your slow fall is your reaction, right? So
yes.
So
yeah.
you can still use it for sure.
Ah.
All right.
Get all
so
the dominoes lined up
9
properly.
damage.
And then it can be absorbed easily.
Yeah. All right.
Or would have put me out.
Yeah. So okay. So now, where we are on this little platform here is, Greg and unconscious Sana are kind of on the stairs right here. Aloro is on the little platform, the second level down. The abomination is right there. Vandrian is inside. All right, that was Greg. It's the abomination's turn.
Can I surprise him by potential assassination of my comrade?
He's gonna fire 2 arrows at you, Greg. I will say you have half cover, which gives you a +2 bonus to your AC. All right, so his 2 arrows. All right, one was an 8, and the other is a crit.
That's okay. Greg has more hit points than all of us put together.
Yeah, well, let's see. The arrow. Okay. 14 piercing damage for the arrow. And then also, remember all that poison? Their whole poison thing?
Yeah.
You do have your reaction to being shot, where you can half the damage.
Yes, you can.
Yeah.
And then it would be also 13 poison damage.
So I cannot negate the poison damage, but the uncanny.
No, the uncanny dodge halves the damage of 1 attack.
Okay, so the total damage is how much?
I think I said 13 poison damage and 18 piercing damage. I'm pretty sure is what I said. So that would be 31. So you'd have to you take 15.
Yeah, and I only had 5.
Oh no!
So, we're going for a fall, Santa.
Jeez.
We're going to take a tumble.
Yeah. All right. I think that. How about this? I'll let you make an acrobatics check as you're falling to determine whether or not you drop Sana off the platform or off the stairs.
Or could I try to keep us on the flat? Like collapse on it and slide?
Oh,
We're
on the
on the
on the side.
stairs.
Okay, how about this? Yeah, I will allow that possibility, and we'll see how you roll.
Because
I think I'm looking for, if we get a 15, the two of you unconscious will land on this slope and essentially roll down.
oh god.
That will not be something that happens with no damage taken, but it will probably get you to the bottom. We'll see. So make this desperate falling unconscious acrobatics check.
The one time I choose not to play a monk. That is a 18 plus 6, so that's 24.
Okay, you each fail a death saving throw as you tumble, boom, 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 all the way down this slope. And you pass Piper just as she's getting to the bottom of the stairs. Aloro, I think you are watching this in horror, just like, oh no, what's happening? And the abomination is just watching this astonished. He's like,
Yes!
like, what are the odds? Okay, so that happened. All right, so that was the abomination's turn. It is Aloro's turn, so please make a death saving throw.
I'm not dead.
Oh, you're right. No, you're right. Okay, yeah. So,
I'm alive, damn it, I'm alive.
well,
Barely.
give me some
Barely?
credit. It's.
No, I get
there's
it.
been
I've
a lot of
already
ups and
died
downs.
once.
All right, so, yeah, so you are on this second platform. You have just watched Greg and Sana tumble down. Piper's down there. Boundary is still inside, but seems to be, doomed.
This is where I want to call for like a producer's moment where they go, well, we can't have it all heading this way. Did the kids really make it that far away? Maybe they're right there by the edge of the woods. That would certainly help. I don't think that Pipa has enough. Actually, I will look down at Pipa. Now is the time when you dig deep and know what you have learned. Help me. And with her help, I want to try to drag these two. There's a lot
Piper
of
is all the way at the bottom of the
okay.
stairs.
Didn't they fall down the bottom of the stairs?
Yeah,
You
they
gotta go
did.
all the way
Piper is
to
all
the
the way
top.
at the bottom, and so are you're
Right,
running
so
all the
I
way to
can.
the bottom?
Oh yeah, it's not that far.
Okay, yeah, sure. Okay. Well, it is pretty far, but you're also really fast, so.
And I will
Okay.
use my action to dash to get some more speed if I need it, and
Yeah.
start dragging these two fools away.
Okay.
There's so many more choice words I want to use other than fool.
Yeah, so.
Your life.
All right, so yeah, you use your crazy level of movement to get all the way down to the bottom, where unconscious Greg and Sana are, and Piper there, who has started to get a little bit more of her strength back, and you start to, the two of you start dragging your two unconscious friends away, and you guys are now at, I'd say, maybe like 100 feet away from where the abomination is at the top. So you're not like out of sight. You're not like back into the tree line, but you're on your way.
We're gonna have some serious road rash.
Yeah, I'll kill you with a pebble on the road by just dragging over it.
All right. So, Sana, death saving throw.
Oh god.
Both of you roll a 20 now, please. Just please.
I don't suppose I get like. Is there anything that lets me roll with advantage?
No, I don't think so.
Certain class
mean,
bonuses.
there
I
are
was
things
this
that do
time, so I didn't die immediately.
Okay, so what are you at now? I think you have 2 successes, 1 failure. Is that right?
No,
Or
2 failures, 1 success.
Okay, 2 failures, 1 success. All right, Vandrian.
15.
Okay, so 2 successes,
God.
2 failures.
I'm coming back, you guys.
If I gotta go back in there for your
I'm not No.
All right, 2 successes, 2 failures. The pureblood inside has kind of walked over to Vandrian's unconscious form and kind of nudges with a foot. Greg, so 1 death saving throw, so that's just a straight D20.
Oh, Lord. 19.
19, so that's a success. The abomination...
From my awesome heroics, he is stunned, flabbergasted.
He's pretty astounded, but he's also kind of pissed at you guys. You really kind of messed with his whole deal here.
We were going so well earlier.
And the longbow's short range is 150 feet, so he doesn't even have disadvantage.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. He's firing his longbow at you guys. I think he's sending both at Aloro.
Well, I'm gonna try to catch it.
All right.
What chance I've got?
We'll see. All right. Well, this is a lot of damage. It'd be probably hard to reduce that to 0, but we'll see. Okay, so, all right. Well, 1 is an 11.
That misses.
The other's a crit.
God damn it. All right, well, I'll reduce the damage. Who knows?
Yeah,
Might
well,
actually
we'll
be enough
see.
to keep me alive.
Yeah.
So I reduce it by 12. That's pretty good.
Okay. So.
Then there's all that poison damage, so never mind.
Yeah.
Is there a escape?
Well, I hope these kids learn their lesson.
It's
And when Vandrin comes back as the next...
7 piercing damage.
So, yeah, that's 15, so that takes me down.
Yo, this is all my fault. I'm so sorry. Sorry.
And then, of course, the poison damage.
So
20
if my
poison damage.
with my dying breath, or well, failing breath, I turn to Piper. Go, learn well, and live quickly. Go.
Make a perception check.
I really want to give this kid a guilt complex. That's a 13 total persuasion.
Persuasion.
Yeah, 13.
Well, I mean, I given what she's been through. So I think she has big tears in her eyes, big anime, balloon tears. Just, I'll remember you all. And she turns and runs into the jungle.
And with my last breath, I pull out the thermal detonator. Wait until I think she's out of the blast radius. And dream.
Well, so I want to resolve a couple of things, because I think that is the end of our adventure proper, but we'll have an epilogue here. But I want to resolve a few. So let's resolve the death saving throws as we kind of go in order here. So Aloro, was that enough damage with the crit to kill you outright, or are you just still unconscious?
No, not outright. Just unconscious.
Okay. Well, so let's go ahead then. We just had the Abomination's turn, so it would be your turn. So go ahead and roll death saving throw.
That would be funny to get another 20. Like, no, wait,
well,
Piper, come back.
Like, hey. Is it a 20?
Yes.
All right.
Oh my
That's
God.
great. Okay. So, yeah, you summon this last
Kinda
little
look up.
bit of...
Good, she's gone. Now, all the two of them out of the way.
You feel the spirits that belong in this place calling upon you to help rescue their domain from this strange invader, and give you a last little bit of strength.
I will put it on the list.
So you can use half your movement to stand up from prone.
Yeah.
And then you've got unconscious Senna and unconscious Greg next to you. And Piper just ran into the forest.
Yep. Yep.
Oh man, just Oh,
So I'm just gonna keep dragging them. I'm gonna use my
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Am I anywhere near the edge of the forest?
Not really.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's what I'll say.
dip, duck,
You
dodge.
can get one person to the edge of the forest this round, but not both. If you try to take both, you're not there yet.
Take him, it's fine. I did this to myself.
Oh man.
Choose. You must choose.
Well. I don't know them well enough to judge them that harshly.
Just flip a coin.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, it's odds. It's Sana. There we go. It is Sana.
All right. You drag Sanaa with you to the edge of the forest. Sanaa, make another death saving throw.
If you die along the way, it's going to be really annoying.
It's a 12.
Okay, so is that...
That's 2 successes, 2 failures.
Oh, man. Razor's Edge.
Hell,
Vandrian.
5. I'm dead.
Oh, no. Well, it's for the best, really, for reasons that I'll go into in a bit. Greg.
Hey, I've come back from death twice. You can do it once, please. I've never had that happen before.
That would be an 11.
Okay, so that's 2 successes, though, right?
Yes. Two
All right.
successes, 1 failure because of the fall.
All right. You are still unconscious, though. The abomination has watched Alaro inexplicably get back up again, and then drag one, drag one of the unconscious people into the forest. And at this point, he's just like, he basically turns around to start going back into the pyramid. Alaro, I think you, from the edge of the jungle, with Sana's unconscious body, see the abomination start to go into the pyramid. And so its attention is not directly on you, and it's a ways away. But are you going to risk it?
I'm sneaking back out to get Greg.
All right, make a stealth check.
That is a 16.
16? Beats its passive perception.
Aloro the Undying.
All right. You
Well, we had to
sneak
die once
back
to
out
figure that
to
out.
Greg. You are dragging him towards the jungle again. The abomination has not seemed to notice you. Sanaa, one more.
Oof.
Come on. Ugh, okay. It's a 13. I'm good.
Stable. Sanaa stabilizes. All right, Greg, you're being dragged back inside, or back into the jungle. One more saving throw.
That's a 3.
A 3. Okay, so 2 successes, 1 failure. Aloro, the abomination doesn't seem to notice as you make your way, dragging Greg back into the jungle as well. I think at this point, Piper realizes that you were actually not down after all, and she's kind of slinks back a little bit embarrassed. Like, I mean, you
I've
told
still
me
got
to
2
go,
arrows
right?
in my
Like,
back,
this was
so.
like, I just want to, like, we're cool, right? Like, I mean, I was kind of like, wasn't sure. Okay. I mean, you told me to go. Yeah.
You
got some
listen to
healing
my
spells, right?
instructions. That is good.
She doesn't. No, she's like a youngling. Let's get another death saving throw from Greg.
Is it possible to try to stabilize him? I'm not trained in medicine. though.
Yes. Let's have one more roll and see how it goes.
Oh, thank goodness it's 11.
Okay, so so stabilized. So both Sana and Greg seem to be stable. They are unconscious but stable. And with Piper, you pull them away and probably take a few minutes to try to find some place where you can kind of hide. You can't travel far like this, obviously, but you can try to at least.
I'm going to try to teach Piper to make it a teaching moment about how to build those kind of rafts you can carry people on.
Right.
To move through I'm using my survival, falling back on training.
Well, I'm thinking that you guys probably want to make sure that you can not be found if there's any additional scouting parties out around.
Maybe take a rest for a moment or two.
Yeah. So I'll say you guys take a moment to find a place where you can sort of hole up and make sure you're not going to get ambushed by more scouts. And you can take a short rest. And Sana and Greg both roll well, you know what? Who cares? You guys eventually wake up, and you are all very wounded, but you make your way back out, and very sadly realizing you had to leave one of your own behind, and but you realize you have now, but you managed to rescue all of the young elves. So at least Vandrian did not die for nothing. And you make your way back out. On your way, as you start to leave this region where the jungle is so strange and unfamiliar, you are able to reunite with the others. They tell you their horrific tale that you had mostly pieced together already, that they had been ambushed by these strange reptilian humanoids. And you tell stories of Vandrian's noble sacrifice and make your way out. Meanwhile, we cut to, the interior of this temple and the abomination and the pureblood discussing what a shame it is that this one died, because otherwise they would have made her one of them. And then, as you guys, the rest of you, are making your way back out into the familiar part of the jungle, saddened but relieved to have escaped with your lives. We're going to have a classic horror movie end shot where, just for a moment, we catch a glimpse of Piper's eyes. They look slitted for a moment. Hooray!
Oh,
I'm sorry we ran so late, but that was lots of fun, you guys.
Wow.
Aloro he's got a title. Aloro the Undying.
Yeah, no kidding, man.
son of a stupid.
Sorry we lost you, Jenny.
Hey, I said at the beginning that was the lesson I learned, is not to leave the temple.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't leave the
This
temple in
brave
the end.
cleric whose lesson was
Whoa.
not leaving the temple and not leaving this temple. Oh, man.
Ever again.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so you guys, if you watch my prep session for this, you're going to hear lots of me saying, this isn't really designed to be a very tough encounter, so probably they're going to run away.
We were trying to.
We
Yeah,
were
I
trying to. Bad things happen.
Yeah.
I really hope that could have stunned him. That would have been much better.
Oh, it would have
my
been very
God.
cool, but,
Ah.
I had a minute there where I was like, we should have just been like, we don't need Piper, let's go.
Well, hey, there was a moment there where I really thought it was a TPK, but,
Technically, most of us did die, at least
Yeah.
once.
Yeah.
well, but, if not for a second natural 20 on a
It
death
was
saving
nuts.
throw, all four of you are dead. The two of you who stabilized would have found yourself taken prisoner once again, now slaves and prisoners of the Yuan-Ti, for them to do with what they will to replenish their numbers.
And it's
Oh,
all
heavens, I forgot my Misty.
It's all because the ranger was like, I don't need to teleport. It's fine.
Stupid. Oh my god.
I was saving. I had one level 3 spell slot left, and I was
had
saving it.
nothing.
And if I
Nothing
came
left.
back, I was going to cast Vampiric Touch on the Yuan-Ti that was in there with me and get some hit points back.
And then just withdraw. Just
And
run.
then just run.
So, as just a little bit of fun for you, though. Now, you know what? I'm not going to tell you that stuff. You guys can.
What? Let me guess. We miss awesome treasure.
Nah. But yeah, I don't know. That was a lot of fun. I hope you guys had fun.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that was a good
Very
time.
tense. I'm sorry we ran so late, but you know.
It's only 2:30 in the morning.
It's only 1:30. It's only 1:30
Yeah.
here.
So many thanks to those of you watching live in the chat who stayed up so late with us. Thank you. I'm glad to, I hope you guys, had fun too. And so I think we'll probably, bid you all good night for now. But I have been wanting to run Yuan-Ti characters against a party for a long time. And so finally had my opportunity. So,
It's always a blast to be in a game with you. It's always a blast.
yay. I'm so glad you were able to join us.
Now I'm gonna have to go back and watch your character creation thing.
Well, what you'll see, I think the biggest thing you'll see is that I dramatically underestimated the amount of time it would take you to get to the temple. And I loved all the stuff you guys were doing, but basically you were doing a lot more like talking and speculating and theorizing and stuff before getting to the temple, which is not a bad thing at all. It was just in terms of my own estimates and how much stuff I was preparing is like, it was long because I kind of expected that part to be faster.
And to be fair, like if we had either one more spellcaster or a little more healing, we probably could have taken down the big dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There was some luck. There was some very
Yeah.
unlucky hits in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Like
got
if-
him to less than half of his total hit points, but he's a pretty tough dude.
If James hadn't been sick, we might have made it.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I guess
Make him
maybe
feel
what I
bad, too.
can tell you, one of the things that you'll see if you watch the prep is that theoretically, if you guys had allowed the entire ritual to complete uninterrupted, it would have been more than just having Piper definitively turned into a Yuan-Ti. They would have summoned and ascended their abomination into the next type up.
Ugh.
Oof.
Yeah.
Well, at least I remember to use my Misty Step once.
Good job.
Hey, you know what?
Let this be
Technically-
so the lesson that all of you should take away from this journey into the heart of the forest is learn your class features.
And if there's anything left on your sheet at the end of the night, you didn't do it all.
Yeah.
But hey, I mean, like that's what one shots are great for. Is you try stuff that you haven't tried before, and that's fun. Like
I honestly
Monty.
thought this was going to be yet another one shot where my character dies, because that is a trend that usually happens, and sort of was true for a while.
Yeah.
Also, the last
Man.
time I played with you guys, we also had an outlandish retreat from the trip. Because that was the theater area.
Yeah. Because you played the one where it was the Rouge. No, you weren't the Rouge Rogues. You guys were the Tarot.
And I was I a bird person? I think I was a bird person.
Aarakocra?
Yeah, I don't remember. You also played in the one where you were all soldiers in Gorn.
Yeah, I was in that one, so yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
That
You
one
were a
was
bird
awesome.
person when we ran the beginning of Waterdeep Dragon Heist before my Extra Life game. You played a bird in Aarakocra in that. But yeah, so in any event, it's pretty late, so
Yeah.
I'll let everybody go. I release you back into your normal world.
Turn to the spirit world from whence you came.
But this was so much fun. I love you guys, and so we'll be back next week for more adventure on so
many levels.
Oh, and before I sign off, I'll just remind everybody that my novel, Phyllis Esposito, Interdimensional Private Eye, is now available as an ebook for pre-order, releasing just before Memorial Day weekend. And so if you go to my various websites, you'll see where you can pre-order that. So check that out. And got an awesome cover designed by, I have to point correctly, Starla.
Yay!
Beautiful. I love it. And so now, good night, everybody.